Could you please take your seats? We're going to start. Sì, sì. Couple of minutes. Okay. So please take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure that I welcome to the seminar, A Fragmenting Trading System, where we stand and implication for policy, organized under the Italian Presidency of the G7. I would like to take just a moment to thank the speakers and the delegates who have agreed to participate in this event. So, without further ado, it's my privilege to introduce the Governor of the Bank of Italy, Mr. Fabio Panetta, who will open the event with his address, titled Beyond Fragmentation, Economic Resilience in a Shifting World.
First of all, good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this G7 seminar on a fragmenting trading system, where we stand and the implications for policy. We are meeting today just a few hundred meters from Palazzo dei Conservatori, where the treaties of Rome were signed in 1957. The treaties set in motion a vision of cooperation and shared prosperity that still resonates strongly in the world today. Their objectives reflect a set of values that transcend European borders and remain strikingly relevant to promote the free movement of people, goods, services, and capital, and to ensure equal access to essential materials. Almost 70 years later, these values are under strain. In my remarks today, I will touch on some of the forces that risk pushing the global system towards fragmentation. I will also outline some high-level criteria for tackling the problem. The opening up to international trade, the increased economic and financial integration, and the closer cooperation between countries are important achievements of the international community after the devastation of the Second World War. We must safeguard these achievements to ensure prosperity and peace for future generations. There is perhaps no better way to describe the process of global integration than through the lenses of international trade. The ability to trade has always brought countries together. 2 centuries ago, the house of Thomas Jefferson, one of the American founding fathers, was filled with wine, furniture, and books imported from Europe. Since then, global trade integration has increased dramatically, and its center of gravity has shifted. 200 years ago, trade was mostly an Atlantic affair. Today, trade connects all regions of the world, and its value has reached 60% of world GDP. 2 main features have contributed to this expansion. First, falling trade costs. Jefferson could afford to import Italian and French wine because he was extremely wealthy. Today, import costs are much lower for everyone. This is partly because the reduction in international tariffs under the WTO multilateral agreements has made imported goods much cheaper. Research shows that the increase in import tariffs in the United States in 2018 has significantly raised the price of imported goods. This means that tariffs have been passed on one-to-one to US consumers. Equally important is the fall in international transportation cost. By some measures, air transport costs have fallen in real terms from almost $4 per ton kilometer in 1955 to $0.3 in 2004. Policy certainly matters, but so does technological progress. A second key factor is that global trade now moves through complex global value chains. The furniture in Jefferson's living room was designed and manufactured entirely in Europe. Today, the inputs for both simple and complex goods come from all over the world. This has led to spectacular increases in both the interconnectedness and specialization of global economies. Take the iPhone, for example. It is designed in the United States. Its display comes from South Korea. The memory chips come from Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, and it is all assembled in China, and it is bought in other countries. Globalization has been accompanied by a dramatic improvement in living standards, especially in China and in other parts of Asia. Hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of poverty. This phenomenon has been so pronounced that between 1980 and 2008, the center of gravity of global economic activity moved some 5,000 kilometers eastwards. This shift in trade has also been accompanied by geopolitical shifts. For all the successes I have listed, we must acknowledge that globalization has also created vulnerabilities. Some have only recently become apparent, others have been brewing for a long time. This brings me directly to the issue of global fragmentation. The COVID-19 pandemic and the geopolitical tensions following Russia's aggression against Ukraine have highlighted the vulnerabilities associated with over-reliance on single suppliers' origin. These events have shown that how specialization can improve efficiency but also lead to excessive concentration, creating bottlenecks in global supply chains. Interdependence is increasingly perceived as a source of risk to national security. Examples include the sudden interruption of Russian gas flows to Europe or China's export quotas on gallium. At the same time, several advanced economies have curbed technology exports to non-aligned countries. Geopolitical blocs are now considering how to manage specialization and international trade to ensure their supremacy in the race for technology. Companies are already taking note. Geopolitical considerations are becoming more important in their foreign direct investment decisions. In the European Union, companies have begun to implement de-risking strategies, mainly by replacing Chinese suppliers with EU-based ones. Globalization is not over, but the geography of trade is changing. Other forces are also pushing towards greater fragmentation. In several advanced economies, critics argue that by embracing globalization, democratic countries have given up some of their autonomy in implementing national policies that could have offered protection to the most vulnerable workers in their countries. Such considerations deserve attention. At the same time, globalization has often been an easy scapegoat. For example, empirical analysis shows that technological progress has a much greater impact on wage inequality than outsourcing or participation in global value chains. It has also become increasingly clear that some countries have been able to attract significant volumes of global production thanks to substantial public subsidies. For example, the rapid growth of the electric vehicle industry in China has been supported by very generous production subsidies. Multilateral rules and institutions have not always been effective in addressing these distortions. This has contributed to the erosion of the multilateral system. So how should we address the challenges of global fragmentation? Recognizing that this is an extremely complex issue, I will refrain from offering a specific solution. Instead, I will propose a methodological approach and outline some concrete examples of its application. My basic premise is that we must avoid the illusion that blanket measures erecting protectionist barriers are the solution to our problems. The global economy is extremely complex in its trade, investment, and financial interconnections. Attempts to divide the global economy into rival blocs would do more harm than good. An escalation of trade barriers between blocs would lead to severe efficiency and welfare losses for all. It would reduce the diversification of our economies and increase the volatility of output and inflation. Indeed, several studies have shown that trade openness and participation in global production networks improve the diversification of sources of supply and demand, thereby reducing exposure to local idiosyncratic shocks. The weaponization of critical supply chains by commodity-producing countries would severely affect EU manufacturing production, with heterogeneous effects across regions, sectors, and firms. For example, value added in the electric equipment industry could fall by more than 7%, 3 times as much as in the textile industry. Protectionism would not be as protective as it might seem, as blunt policies would inevitably be circumvented. Key products targeted by bilateral trade restrictions would find indirect routes to opposing blocs through trade with third parties, simply turning a bilateral relationship into a three-party trade. This would only add a third trade intermediary, increasing costs and risks and reducing transparency. Such unintended consequences would undermine economic efficiency and security. So how can we pursue a more focused de-risking strategy? In my view, this strategy rests on 4 main pillars: information, innovation, flexibility, and international cooperation. As an example of this approach, I will refer to possible de-risking strategies in the sourcing of critical raw materials. This is a crucial issue. This is a crucial issue for the European Union, which accounts for only 0.5% of global production of these inputs. With better information, we can better identify and monitor vulnerabilities. Many G7 public institutions, including the European Commission and the US Department of Commerce, have developed analytical tools to map critical vulnerabilities in the availability of raw materials. However, our understanding of production interdependencies remains limited. More data needs to be collected and pooled, and best practices and tools need to be shared. Innovation is the second pillar. Scientific research and product development can provide us with alternative materials and technologies. This can be financed partly through public-private partnerships for large projects. In addition, multilateral financial institutions, such as the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, can finance new supply chains that help diversify sources of critical raw materials. Third, our policy must be flexible enough to adapt to an ever-changing landscape. We cannot predict exactly, and not even know exactly, what future innovations will look like, nor can we predict geopolitical developments. Nevertheless, we should set long-term goals. Flexibility is all the more important when changes take time. The fourth pillar is cooperation. To unlock the greatest gains, we should remain committed to making cooperation truly global. The cost of a fragmented world would in fact be very high. Some research suggests that it could exceed 6% of global GDP in extreme scenarios. But as global cooperation becomes more difficult, there are reasons to at least strengthen cooperation among like-minded countries. Let me be clear, this is a second best. The rewards are great. It was a joint US-European supply chain that developed and distributed one of the most successful vaccines against COVID-19. I could mention other examples, but the European Union is already discussing new ways to further coordinate its members' policies. We also need to work better with our international partners. For instance, we should reinvigorate discussions on trade and investment agreements. On industrial policy, better coordination would at least allow us to avoid costly subsidy wars, as those we are now witnessing. Let me conclude by emphasizing that the costs of international fragmentation are not only economic. Much more is at stake, from social progress to international cooperation, and freedom. The freedom to trade goods and services, to invest across borders, to share knowledge and ideas. These are the prerequisites for securing prosperity and peace. I very much look forward to the discussions that will emerge from today's seminar. I'm sure it will help raise awareness of the many benefits that only an integrated world can bring. Thank you very much.
Dear Governor, dear Fabio, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Gilles Noblet. I'm Principal Advisor at the DG International of the European Central Bank, and I have the honor and the pleasure to chair this session in such an imposing setting, such a beautiful room. As you know, we will now present the report, Navigating and Fragmenting Global Trading System, Insight from Central Banks. This is really a good example of cooperation within the ESCB. Have in mind that 9 central banks were involved in this report, 40 co-authors were also involved, and this will result in 15 new analytical contributions that will be published in respective central bank and other outlets. So today, Maria Grazia and Michele will present this report to you. This report provides valuable insight in how central banks navigate this trade fragmentation economy in which we are now. There are some 4 main takeaways on this report. I don't want to preempt the presentation by Maria Grazia and Michele, so instead of delivering the takeaways, I will put them in the form of question. First one is, are we witnessing a retreat of globalization or a fundamental reshaping of global trade relationship? That's one main question. The second question is the respective merits of outright protectionist policies and how they impact on the economic growth, on welfare and price stability. So the merits, respectively, of outright protectionist policies or de-risking strategies. The third element is how this trade fragmentation impact the operational environment of central banks in terms of monitoring tools, in terms of international cooperation. So that's an issue that is addressed by the report. And again, the 4 element respective merit of de-risking strategies versus outright protectionism. This report comes at the right moment, first because of the global events and news that we're all aware of recently. And second, as you know, and speaking here at the Banca d'Italia, President Mario Draghi issued a very important report on the EU competitiveness a few months ago, and in several aspects, our report echoes the report by Mario Draghi. At least I would like to mention 2 points. How the EU is strategically dependent on other countries, especially China, for critical raw materials, and what are the responses that we can find to this dependency. The second point is how to develop an industrial policy at the EU level, and again, how to embark on harsh protectionist measure versus de-risking strategy. That is also an issue that the Draghi report addresses. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Maria Grazia and Michele for the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gilles. And while I wait for the slide, let me really express our sincere gratitude to all the people that contributed to this report. As Gilles already said, about 40 economists spread across 9 central banks and the ECB. Some of them are also here with us in the audience, so thanks a lot, really. And also thanks to the International Relations Committee for its support throughout the work of this report. So let's now start with the I would like to start, but something. Yeah, thank you. So this is the outline of today's presentation. I will first motivate very briefly why central banks should gain a better understanding of the ongoing geoeconomic trade fragmentation process and use proper tools to monitoring it. Then most of the presentation will be about the main findings of the report. And then we will conclude with 4, I would say, broad policy implications, and then 4 more specific insights for central banks that we derive from the report itself. So, geoeconomic trade fragmentation has indeed, obviously, first-order implications for central banks. First of all, the weaponization of supply lines might lead to severe price pressures and output losses. For instance, as we have seen after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the gas supply disruptions in Europe impaired economic activity in energy intensive industries and were a major driver of inflation in the Eurozone. Second point, the legitimate concerns for national security might, however, lead to broad-based protectionist tendencies, and these could reduce global welfare and increase inflation. Then, even if it is out of the scope of the report, it is important also to note that fragmentation might have first-order effects also on the financial system by increasing uncertainty, disrupting the payment system, and changing the international currency landscape. So what we can expect along a potentially lengthy fragmentation process are larger and more frequent supply shocks than in the past, than in normal times. So in this context, the aim of this report is to provide the insights for central bank to better understand the fragmentation process and also tools to monitoring it. And this is obviously a valuable input, could be a valuable input for monetary policy design. So let me provide a sort of a working definition of geoeconomic trade fragmentation before jumping to the results. This is a quite common definition. It is also a definition used by the IMF. So we define geoeconomic trade fragmentation as the policy-driven reversal of global trade integration motivated by domestic economic policy objectives and geopolitical as well as strategic considerations. And we report here also the basic and simplifying, let me say, setup that we exploit throughout the report, where we basically fragment the global economy into 3 blocks. The Western bloc, blue countries in this map, Eastern bloc, red countries, and the block of neutral non-aligned economies in gray. We focus our attention on 4 different questions. So the first one is about the current state of the fragmentation process, where do we stand? Then what is the impact, especially on European firms, of fragmentation-driven input shortages? What are the macroeconomic effects of trade decoupling, in particular on economic activity, inflation, and supply chains? And last but not least, if price shocks, fragmentation-driven price shocks, are an harbinger of inflation. So let me start with the first question, so the current state of the fragmentation process. And these are the main results of our analysis. We don't find a major deglobalization threat, but instead an ongoing fragmentation process that is selective, both across the geographical dimension and the product space. In this context, indirect dependencies are on the rise, while some direct dependencies are diminishing, and firms are taking action, and in particular, European firms are de-risking from China. So let me now focus on some of these analyses. So here on the left chart, we report the change in the Western bloc's import share from countries within the bloc, these are the blue bars, from countries from the opposite blocks, red bars, and from neutral countries, yellow bars. We consider two sub-periods, 17-19 and 21-23, and as you can see, we already see a reduction in the Western bloc's import share from the opposite bloc in the first period. However, this trend accelerated markedly in the most recent period and was almost entirely driven by the reduction in EU imports from Russia and the reduction in US imports to China. So the decoupling so far has been quite selective in terms of the geographical dimension, but as you can see from the right chart, it is also selective across the product space. And here in particular, we focus on two product categories, and these are the advanced technology products and the products needed for the green transition. Advanced technology products are the solid lines, and products needed for the green transition, dashed lines. And the patterns here are very different, as you can see. For advanced technology products, we see a huge drop in the US import share from China and the reduction in the EU import share from China only in 2023. The picture is very different for products needed for the green transition. Here, the dependencies are either stable or on the rise. In this context of selective decoupling, firms are taking action, and actually, European firms are de-risking from China. So in 2023, Banca d'Italia, Deutsche Bundesbank, and Banco de España included in their own business surveys a set of coordinated questions about exposure to China and about strategies to reduce risks. And this was the result of the analysis. So on the left chart, we have the actions taken to reduce exposure to China. And in particular, we see that about half of manufacturing firms relying on Chinese inputs they deem critical for their activity either de-risked from China already in 2023 or are considering to take action in 2024. And these are the yellow and orange bar on the left chart. However, a relevant share of firms neither took action nor considering to take action in the course of 2024, as you can see in the red bars. Then we look at the strategies used to de-risk, and it seems that the most frequent strategies used across these three different countries is actually the same. And these are the yellow bars in the right chart. So basically, European firms in these three countries are replacing Chinese critical inputs with other inputs from other EU economies. And this strategy is more frequent even compared to simply substituting Chinese inputs with domestic inputs. Let's now move to the second question, more related to supply chain risks and the impact of supply disruptions. And the results in this regard are the following. We find that European firms are still highly exposed to supply chain risks despite this ongoing reorganization. And then we run a sort of a firm-level stress test to assess the impact of input shortages from high-risk countries. And we see that the impacts could be sizable, albeit very heterogeneous across firms, regions, and sectors. And let me now focus on these exercise for the next few slides. So these are the 4 building blocks of the analysis of this firm-level stress test analysis that we conduct. The first one is obviously a framework, a theoretical framework that we exploit to map firm-level input shortages into production and value-added losses, depending on the degree of substitution of inputs. Then we need also, let me say, very granular data, and in particular, we need to know the full structure of imports of all the firms in a country, and then match this information with balance sheet data. This is quite a demanding requirement. We were able to perform this analysis on 5 European countries: Belgium, France, Italy, Spain, and Slovenia. Then we need a list of inputs at risk, and we rely on the previous work done by the European Commission, complemented with a list of dual-use products, raw materials, and products needed for the green transition. Last but not least, we need a scenario to simulate these shortages, and let me provide you a graphical representation of it. So here we have the EU imports of key inputs from extra-EU countries, again by partner alignment. So blue bubbles are Western economies, red bubbles are Eastern economies, and then we have neutral countries. Obviously, China stands out as the major source of risk here. And what we do in this exercise is basically halving the red bubble, so halving the supply of critical inputs from high-risk countries, assess the impact of these shortages at the firm level, and then aggregate up to understand the impact on sectors, regions, and countries. And this is precisely what we have in this chart here. So on the left chart, we report the drop in manufacturing value added after these input shortages for the 5 countries. That ranges between 2 and 3% of total manufacturing value added, and are driven by what happens to large firms in the top quartile of the value added distribution. Results at the country level seems quite homogeneous, but country level results masks a lot of heterogeneity that is we found at the sectoral level, for instance, on the right charts, when we see indeed that some sectors are much more affected than others. Here the dots are the countries, and we report the median impact across the different sectors. So we have a lot of variability both within sector and across countries, and also between different sectors. Last but not least, we look at European regions, again for the 5 countries that we had access to data, and also here the results are very heterogeneous and are shaped by 2 drivers. First of all, sectoral specialization of the regions, and then also location of top suppliers. So regions that have suppliers, very big suppliers accounting for a relevant chunk of value added are most affected. This kind of analysis suggests that it's very important, especially today in this context of geoeconomic fragmentation, to have access to very detailed and timely microdata to perform this kind of analysis. So international cooperation in this regard should be enhanced to get access to this data. And now let me give the floor to Maria Grazia for the second part of the presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's also for me a pleasure to be here today. And taking now from Michele, he has focused so far mainly on the empirical facts and evidence on trade fragmentation. In the second part of the report, we look at the general equilibrium effects of trade fragmentation, and differently from the first part, we rely mainly on counterfactual model-based simulations. So, starting with the third question, the report shows that trade fragmentation may entail sizable output losses and higher inflation in the fragmenting countries, and inflation would subside only gradually towards the central bank target. Now, starting from the partition of the world economy in 3 blocks that Michele showed earlier, we basically consider 3 types of fragmentation scenarios. One is what we call the mild decoupling, meaning that is a situation where countries in the East and in the West bloc reciprocally raise partial trade restrictions on all sectors on which they trade. The neutral bloc instead remains open to trade with both blocs and also within the countries that are non-geopolitically aligned. The selective decoupling instead is a situation where still is the East and West blocs that are raising barriers, but this time it's a full trade ban only on products whose supply is more likely to be weaponized. Here we can think of technologically advanced products or products that are relevant for the green transition. The third scenario is the most extreme, where we assume that there is a so-called severe decoupling, meaning that trade between the East and West bloc comes to an halt across all sectors of the economy. Now here let me give a disclaimer. Of course, we are aware that this is a highly simplified assumption. It's a working assumption that we use to make this trade fragmentation counterfactual work. And we are well aware that, unfortunately, we can also witness a further fragmentation among aligned countries. This is something that I will not show today, but we also have some results that go in this direction. So starting with the effects, so here we use a general equilibrium trade model, which means that we have a very rich input-output structure, so we can track really how inputs are used and traded across countries and how they feed into the production structure. So in this report, actually, we have made an effort to move from a static structure to a more dynamic structure, and here I can explain why. Essentially, in the left-hand chart, we see what are the global GDP losses, so at a global level, from a mild decoupling, which is in blue, a selective decoupling in yellow, and a severe decoupling in red. Now, the solid bar show the effects under a general equilibrium setup where we have no dynamics. And here you can see already that losses could be sizable and reach 8% of GDP in the severe decoupling. Then, since we are interested also in the dynamic effects of trade fragmentation, one effort done in the context of this work was to augment the static model with a capital accumulation channel, which means that firms faced with fragmentation, they also have to decide about their investment, they have to take investment decisions, and these investment decisions depend also on future demand prospects. So here we have an additional channel whereby, faced with the uncertain demand prospects, firms decide to reduce their investment, at least in response to this uncertainty. And this adds another drag on activity, which is shown by the striped bars. So the overall effect then reaches almost 10% in the severe decoupling. On the right-hand side, we zoom more into the three key larger trading blocs, namely the EU, the US, and China. And here what stands out is that given its largest exposure to trade with the West bloc, China is the country that loses the most under all scenarios. And when we look at the US vis-à-vis the EU stands to lose the most than the US, given its also larger trade openness. So the bottom line is that from a trade war, everybody stands to lose, though to different degrees depending on how big shoulders they have, so to say. Now, the next step that we try to look at is the inflationary effects of trade fragmentation. So here we use the dynamic version of the model because indeed we want to look at how fragmentation affects the dynamic of prices. And the solid lines refer to our workhorse model, which is the Banca-Fari model. And then as a cross-check, we also run the similar scenario through a dynamic stochastic general equilibrium model. Qualitatively, the results are similar because we see that under the severe decoupling, which is the solid red line, you see that inflationary effects are significant on impact, and then we have a gradual decline which takes up to 5 years. So the horizontal line in this chart is the number of years. So this suggests that indeed inflation subsides, but only gradually and absent any further shocks. The mild decoupling, of course, given the smaller size of the shock, has milder inflationary effects. Now, when we were doing this work, of course, we were asked repeatedly, okay, but how relevant are these effects? So on the right-hand chart, we zoom more on the euro area core inflation. And if we look first at the panel on the left, here we have a yellow and a blue line. They both refer to a severe decoupling scenario, so trade comes to a halt between the East and the West bloc. But we try to understand a bit better also the wage response into this type of situation. So the blue line is a situation where there is a low sensitivity of wages to higher inflation, and the yellow line is where there is a high sensitivity to past inflation, meaning that here we have second round effects whereby faced with higher inflation, workers also request higher wages. So as you can see, the range is suggesting that with high sensitivity, the decline of inflation towards its target takes longer, and therefore inflation turns more persistent. In the small panel in the second panel on the right, then we looked into further try to benchmark, because of course here we are in a counterfactual world, and the question is, okay, how much have we really seen so far of these effects? And so to put this in perspective, we compare the model-based estimates with the available empirical estimates of the contribution of the Russian gas price shock to euro area inflation over 22 and 23. So here we focus on the short-term effects. So the x-axis in this chart reports the effects over the first 6 quarters, so no more years. And here we see that when fragmentation is generalized and broad-based, as we have in the model-based scenario, the effects on core inflation is much higher, even when we compare it to the Russian gas supply shock, which was around 300, as a result of which gas prices in Europe went up by even 300% compared to the pre-invasion level. So this is to say that fragmentation could have indeed important effects on inflation. So I turn now to the fourth question, which is whether fragmentation-driven price shocks may be a harbinger of inflation. And here we turn to the role of sectoral price shocks, and the first finding is that sectoral price shocks tend to be more frequent and larger, and they may indeed have aggregate effects. And the second finding is that even if we achieve fragmentation, a closed global economy would still face more frequent shocks and higher volatility due to reduced trade diversification. So let me take a step back first, and here I show ECB research on the right-hand chart, which shows that gas prices and oil supply shocks, so the red and yellow bar in this chart, were indeed important drivers of inflation in the euro area. This is also something we started to see in the previous chart. More in general, the chart on the right, which is a new analysis contained in the report, suggests that rising geopolitical tensions can act as a supply shock on trade. So here we see that focusing on the euro area and the US, when the geopolitical risk index of their trading partners go up by even 50%, then these countries will face lower import volumes and higher prices. So let me now move a bit more to the insights we have from this analysis. So in principle, one might argue that, okay, even though we have sectoral supply shocks, they should be not so consequential for inflation because eventually relative prices adjust. However, there is some literature which argues that price adjustment can be nonlinear, meaning that faced with very large and significant shocks to their input costs, firms may have an incentive to raise prices. So here is what we look at in the left-hand chart. So the gray line shows the distribution of euro area producer price indices in 2019. As you can see, it's relatively well behaved with very flat tails. The blue and the yellow line show instead the similar distribution in 21 and in 22, and as the arrow shows, by 2022, this distribution had massively shifted to the right, meaning that there was a significant number of items in the PPI basket that were witnessing significant price pressures. In the right-hand chart, we do a more formal econometric analysis, which shows that indeed, over those 2 years, the high PPI inflation in the euro area was associated with a relatively significant skewness, which is indeed how fat, so to say, is the right tail of the distribution in the euro area. So this suggests that given that PPI inflation also transmits to CPI, then this type of sectoral price shocks, if very large, could indeed have implications for aggregate inflation. And this is something that in a fragmenting world where the fragmentation might not happen overnight, but could be a series of repeated shocks, may indeed give rise to this type of fluctuations. So moving to the next chart here, so what we do is we ask another question. Okay, one might argue that high inflation and GDP losses could be a price to pay in the short term, but then once we have achieved fragmentation, then we are in a better world because we are more shielded from external shocks, and therefore we should stop worrying. So here we did another exercise where we took a dynamic factor model, and here we imposed that the world is already fragmented into these two alternative blocks. So basically, there is no trade anymore between the East and the West. And then we try to see, okay, how is the distribution of prices behaved? We go back to a nice normal distribution, or do we have still more disturbances than before the fragmentation? And this is what we show here. So the blue line is actually the baseline scenario where there is no decoupling, there is open trade. And once we divide the world into two blocks and we still shock the model with the historical disturbances, then we see that indeed we go into the yellow line. So we have a more skewed price distribution, meaning that this is an economy which is more subject to upside risks to inflation. And the right-hand chart provides the corresponding evidence on the GDP side, and we see that indeed a fragmented world economy is more volatile, and this is shown in particular for the Eastern Bloc, which would experience higher volatility given its smaller size compared to the West. Output volatility would also increase if you see slightly in the neutral bloc, given that its imports are not directly affected by trade barriers, but still would be somehow affected. So this brings me to the conclusion. As Michele anticipated, we draw 4 main policy implications and then 4 more detailed insights for central banks. So regarding the policy implication, I mean, here we are not very innovative in saying that broad-based protectionism should be avoided, but I think what we have shown is that if the world gets into this spiral of tit-for-trade barriers, everybody eventually loses. And as Michele also showed, this still does not fully eliminate interdependencies, because you can still have a way whereby inputs from your antagonist countries still reach you, so you are there is still, it's very difficult to fully decouple. So in this context, one of the recommendations is that, okay, maybe targeted policies would be better suited, because as Michele showed, their effects are heterogeneous across sectors, firms, and regions. So decoupling may be more painful for specific countries and regions. So there is also, the report from Draghi suggested, maybe a more case-by-case approach could be warranted. Of course, this calls for a stronger monitoring of supply chain. So again, I think the analysis that we showed at the beginning suggests that we need a deeper and more thorough understanding of direct and indirect dependencies to gauge also risks from shocks. And of course, we find that fragmentation matters for monetary policy, and this matters both during the transition, as we show, because there could be repeated supply shock that may affect the operating environment of central banks, but also in the long run, because a less diversified economy is also more prone to volatility. So let me conclude with 4 key insights for central banks. So when we approach the issue, so it's important to look beyond the aggregate trade data and really dig more into the sectoral and the segregated dimension of trade fragmentation. A very useful tool to also have a timely insights into firms' exposure to fragmentation risk is the use of regular business surveys. So here we saw the first outcome of a joint effort from 4 central banks in the Euro system. And of course, the other step would be for closer cooperation also with other EU institutions to fully understand the full extent of interdependencies. And eventually, I think also the last part of the analysis I've shown suggests that there is the need to really bridge the sectoral dimension, the multi-sectoral dimension of the analysis with its aggregate effect. So there we need better and probably more complex models. So this concludes, but I want to show you first a glimpse of the names and institutions contributing. So because indeed this was possible only thanks to the great effort of the people in this slide. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Michele, Maria Grazia. We have 2-3 minutes ahead of time. We have spared 2-3 minutes, so if you have 2 or 3 or 1 or 2 questions, please don't hesitate. Please.
Thanks very much. I'm Justin Pierce from the Federal Reserve Board. I was sort of struck in looking at the analysis, the firm level analysis, and then thinking about the scenarios that you considered in the models. It seems like there's the potential for nonlinear effects when you have these shutdowns of supply of particular products. Are the models that you're using, both in the firm level simulation and in the scenarios, do they allow for those sorts of nonlinear effects? And how are you thinking about those kinds of risks?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, indeed, especially the macro part was basically a non-linear model in the sense, and this was, I mean, the results compared to a linear model are quite sensible. So, I mean, this is what's also the reason why we relied on this approach, because, I mean, especially when the elasticity of substitution is very, very low, it is important to take them into account. So this is taken into account both in the macro part through the Banca and Fari framework and also in the micro analysis that I showed through a very low near zero elasticity of substitution in the short term. These are, especially the micro part is valid, especially in the short term when firms are not allowed to replace the inputs that they miss in the production process. So indeed, this was precisely our goal. Thank you for the question.
Another question in the room? No, so everything was crystal clear. No. Okay, so then we will again applause Maria Grazia and Michele. Thank you very much. And we move to the next session now, and it's my pleasure to host Professor Richard Baldwin.
I can't hear the room.
Okay. Can you hear us? You can hear us?
Yes, now I can.
We can hear you and see you. So a warm welcome to you, Professor Baldwin. You will discuss recent trends, the outlook and potential risk on trade fragmentation. Let me shortly describe a bit your CV. You're Professor of International Economics at the IMD Business School in Lausanne. You're Editor-in-Chief of Vox EU, which you founded in June 27. You're a non-resident fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington. In your previous assignment, you worked in the US President Council of Economic Advisor on trade issues. You were a professor at Columbia and also visiting professor at the MIT and Oxford, to name a few of your brilliant assignments. You're an expert in global economic policy and theory. You specialize in international trade, the economic drivers, the risk of globalization. So now the floor is yours. You have about 30 minutes for presentation, and then when you have 20 minutes of question and answer. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for those kind words of introduction. And I think I'm just going to go straight to sharing the slides. Let's see if I can get the right window up. There we go. Do you see it now? Do you see the slides?
Yeah, it's coming. Yes, we can see them. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So first of all, the point of this discussion is really to discuss the report and praise the report and suggest some other things that can be done, refine things. This, of course, is always the unfairness of somebody who discusses a report, which is done by a team of very smart, very hardworking people working over weeks. And I'm going to talk about the stuff that they decided they didn't want to do. So it's in some sense unfair, but maybe it can be a stimulus to further work. So in that spirit, let me start. So the report's key findings. I agree with all these and commend the authors for an excellent job in tackling a very new, very slippery topic with data and economic logic. This report, of course, adds on to what is now a stream of reports by international organizations on these topics. And the bottom line is that the central banks, in my mind, and this is very much what Governor Panetta, Fabio, said, the bottom line is that the central banks, like companies all around the world, will have to develop new capacities to anticipate, recognize, and react to geopolitical shocks. And in the corporate world, I teach executives now, not graduate students, they talk about radar and muscle. So radar is the ability to anticipate these things, with scenarios and, simulating various things. And that actually is difficult to do. The other thing is to recognize them. Sometimes shocks happen and you don't really realize that they're important shocks or may lead to knock-on shocks. And the other part that they say is muscle, which is the ability to do something about it. Now, in central banks, the range of tools isn't enormous, but simply the understanding of how the shocks are going to come through help the adjustment. And if we needed any example at all, it was the inflation shock that came from sanctions against Russia and how that worked through. That if the kind of work that we see in this report had been available, is it team transitory or is it team permanent, a lot of that discussion would have resolved itself much faster and perhaps policymaking would have been better. So that's the context that I have, that this is good stuff, and I'm going to suggest how it might be improved or used even better. Okay, so my outline, I've just done the praise for the report and broader efforts, but this is just a start. I'm going to give you my views on what's going on and suggestions for future works. That will come in three parts. Geopolitics and trade, the root causes, suggests that fragmentation is too vague. And I don't think this is a surprise to the authors. As I said, it's always unfair. They've thought about this for months, and I'm sure they've thought about many of these things. They just didn't manage to get it into the report. The second is trade is too vague. And the third is geopolitics is confounded with long-term trends. So these are some three bugaboos I have that I want to share with you as incitation to work better and further and get support for all the things that you talked about, better data, more cooperation, for instance. And also, I think it's important that the simulations of what could happen get fed into the policy-making board quickly. And again, from the corporate world, a lot of what people are saying is this stuff has to go up to the board very quickly because the reactions can be very large. So I think it's important of getting lines of communication between simulation effects of shocks that may happen or up to the monetary policy decision is perhaps a channel which is not as open as it should be. Okay, first of all, I'm going to make the argument that fragmentation is too vague. And I'm going to do this by going through some root cause analysis. So we have the root causes, the main problem, and the consequences. And in this particular application of this, I'm going to talk about 3 + 3 facts, which I think are the root cause leading to geopolitical tensions. And the outcome is the geopolitical shocks and risk, one of which, or a number of which, the report looks at. Okay, so here it is. Let me start out. Why are geopolitics so complex today? And you can see I'm taking a big swing at it. During the Cold War, I think geopolitics was like checkers. There was 2 players, the rules were simple, and everybody understood them. Most everybody in the world stood back and watched the 2 players played. And because they were both good checker players, the outcome of almost every game was a draw. So there was no major war between the 2 partners. Moreover, there was very little trade or investment between the 2 partners. So a lot of this game was left people aside, in businesses in particular, and governments and central banks, to deal with their own bloc, the Eastern Bloc or the Western Bloc. Then the Soviet Union dissolved itself somehow, took itself off the stage, and you were left with the situation of the US being the sole superpower. Now, this global geopolitics then turned into bingo, where there was one player pulling out the numbers and everybody else around the world was playing on their own with their own cars, trying to do the best they can. The game was very simple. The rules were very simple. There was a relatively peaceful situation among all the players. Some won, some won less. But in any case, the rules were very, very clear, and the rules-based system allowed lots of people to thrive. Now, today, we're in what I'd like to call 3D chess, or what Ian Bremmer, the international relations scholar, calls the G0 world. Zero meaning that's like G7 or G20. Now we're in G0, nobody's in charge. And so you have something way more complicated than either the Cold War or the superpower. And many people are still thinking about what's going on now to see whether they're going to go back to one or the other. And in fact, I'm going to argue that we stay in 3D chess for a good long time. The other thing to say about this analysis, which I'm going to trot out here, is that these geopolitical tensions or fragmentations are going to be with us for a very long time, and at least 10 years. So adjustment to policymaking procedures are going to be well worth it, because this will be something that will disturb monetary policy making, I think, repeatedly over quite a long time. Okay, so what changed? These are the root causes. I'm going to go through 3 facts and then lead to conclusions of how they got there. You can see, I hope you appreciate it, I have fallen in love with ChatGPT's ability to generate graphics from words. And I have this top one here where the US is getting old and declining, and China is rising. So the facts on the US side are, first, the G7 economic clout was diminished. The second is the US middle class backlash led the US to drop global economic leadership. And 3, the US still has military security hegemony and banking financial dollar dominance. So those are the 3 facts related to the US. The 3 facts, I'm going to document these in the next few slides. The 3 facts related to China is that, first, China becomes a sole manufacturing superpower in the world and critical to global supply chains in a way that is probably entirely unprecedented. Maybe the US in the 50s was something like this, but the world was much less integrated. Second, China economic growth slows. And third, China sheds its panda costume and the dragon emerges. That's where you can see over here. So I'm taking this fundamental look because I'm going to argue that the causes of the change are going to lead to something that's much more complicated than fragmentation. Okay, documenting the 3+3 facts. US and G7 economic clout falls versus China. So if you look on the left there, what that is the GDP share of shares of GDP in the world in current dollar terms, and it's the shares of various groups. So the black line is the G7. As you go back to 1990, the G7 accounted for 2/3 of all world income and output, and it was led by the United States. So what that group thought should happen in the world economy is usually what did happen in the world economy. It was essentially the largest market, the largest producer. They set the rules, and this rules-based multilateral trading system was a result of it, and it was relatively well organized. Now in 2023, the G7's down to 44% and much less dominant. Now the next line down, the purplish line, that's the US. And you can see the US has actually not declined very much relative over this time. So in fact, the decline of the G7 is all the non-US countries, but 26% is not dominant, and the US has stopped leading the G7 in world trade, or basically anything is withdrawn from leadership. And so the effect of the rich countries on economic leadership has stepped back. China went from 2% to 17%, which was amazing, but 17% doesn't make you a hegemonic leader of the world economy, and it's very unlikely that China will ever come up to the level of hegemony that the G7 had. The green is Russia, just in case you wanted to see difference of these less large emerging markets. Now, the right chart is an indication of sort of leverage. In the world of international relations and geopolitics, or trade part of it, your ability to buy other countries' exports is leverage. So, for instance, the United States is now threatening to cut off its market to lots of people. And the question is, who cares about that? How many people care about that? Now, if you go back to the year 2001, which is the top map, the blue countries are the countries who sold more to the United States than to China. So in some sense, the US had more leverage than China did in all those blue countries, which is a lot of countries. Now, if you go down to 2018, its map is very different. Many countries now take China as their main export market, not the United States. So the leverage of the United States in 2018, and this is simply continued, is radically lower than it used to be. And that is something to be taken account, helps explain why the US is no longer the world economic leader of the world economy rules and things. Okay, the second thing, the US turns inward. Automation and globalization without a safety net in the United States led the middle class to suffer. The US turns inward. It started with Obama. Trump breaks through, Biden continued, and Trump is back again. So you'll note, for one thing, that this doesn't start in 2016 with President Trump's first election. It started already in Obama when he stepped back from signing trade agreements and withdrew from being active participants. For example, Obama was the one who started undermining the appellate body at the WTO. So this is something that's been going on a long time. And I think the left chart, which shows China versus US life expectancy, kind of gives you an idea of the malaise that's going on inside the United States. So here, the whole bunch of lines that are growing, that's the life expectancy at birth in years for the rich countries. This little black line, that's the United States. And you can see going all the way back to the mid-1980s, the US started diverging from the rest of the countries because life expectancy is some measure of health inequality or inequality in general. It involves healthcare from cradle to grave. It involves nutrition, it involves education, it involves social stability. But in any case, you can see the US has been an outlier in not growing. And just recently, and this may be partly COVID, China's life expectancy passed that of the United States. So, this isn't, people didn't vote because of life expectancy, but this life expectancy shows that a large share of the US has not been happy about what was going on. And that large share of the population has led the US leadership to step back from being a global leader. If you go on the right, it's another way of seeing the same thing. This is a chart that shows the percent of people earning more than their parents at 30 years old. So just to read the chart off, 90% of Americans born in 1940 out-earned their parents. Less than 50% of those born in 1980 did for the median income. So in other words, for the average person in America, the American dream of earning more than your parents is over. And that kind of malaise has led the US to stop being the world's policeman to keep the world safe for American business and capitalism in general, just to speak. However, the US retains dominance in financial markets and banking. And given this audience, I don't have to spend much time on this. The US dollar dominates payments, it dominates in finance, and it dominates in trade. And the US stock markets dominate in terms of value. So when it comes to finance and payments and banking, the US is still a superpower. And it is, in fact, right now using those superpowers to exert its interest worldwide. So you have the US, which is no longer a leader of the world economy, but still has this leadership in the capital markets and the payments, which give it leverage. So that's a little bit why it's G0. Nobody's in charge of the global economy, but the US is still a superpower on finance. The US also still dominates military and security matters. So if you look at this chart on the left, that's military expenditure percent of the world. And the top line again is the G7. You go back to 1991, that was 71%, and it's fallen down to 53%. The US has stayed fairly steady at 40, and now the U.S. is about 3 times that of China. Actually, the U.S. is equal to something like the next 10 largest countries put together. So in military terms, the U.S. is still a superpower. If you go over here on the right, this is about security guarantees and defense pacts. And it shows the map of the U.S. defense pacts from 47 onwards. And what you can see is the U.S. is a security partner for a very large part of the world. If you did this for China, they have only one, and that's with North Korea. So in terms of security pacts and security guarantees, the U.S. is still a global superpower. Okay, now let's go to the Chinese facts. And I think this fact is one of the most stark ones. Not everybody knows it, but they probably should, that China dominates manufacturing. And I'm going to first look at gross output, just because I think it's important for supply chains. And if you look at the left chart, what you see is that now China's share of world gross output is larger than the next 9 countries put together. So you can see on the right chart how that got there. The lines that are falling, that's the G7 countries, and the red line, which is rising, is China. And from 95, this is from the OECD TIVA data set. I need that to get the gross production. So from 1995 to 2020, China's share went from 5% to 35% of world output. And you can see it passed Germany in the 1990s, it passed Japan in the 2000s, it passed the US in the late 2000s. And since it passed the US in terms of shares, global shares, it more than doubled its shares. And you'll also notice that this happened relatively quickly. And that's one of the reasons that people didn't notice it while it was going on. Some people, of course, did. And to a certain extent, the shock we see now is the US and a number of other countries have woken up to the fact that China actually dominates manufacturing in a way that will make it not possible to decouple from them entirely. Now, those of you who don't like gross output, that's okay. This is the same chart with GDP, which is value added. And you can see China's dominance is not as large in GDP, in part because they do so much intermediate production, but it's still larger than the other G7 countries, almost twice what it is for the US. And if you want to look at exports, again, China is not as dominant in exports as it is in gross production, but it's still significantly larger than all the other G7 countries, which are on the right there. And lastly, if you want to look at millions of jobs, China dominates in manufacturing. You can see the G7 sum is only about 21 million jobs. India is 34 million, and China is about almost 80 million. So China has about 4 times as many people working in manufacturing. Obviously, they have different productivity, and that's why they need so many people. But in any case, China dominates manufacturing on gross output, exports, value added, and jobs. So the second part of that is that the asymmetric supply chains have developed. This is the US, and all major manufacturing Chinas rely asymmetrically on China. So what the red line here is the nation's reliance on China's industrial inputs, and this is China's reliance on the nation's industrial inputs. This comes from some research I did with Rebecca Freeman and Angelos Theodorakopoulos for the Brookings last year. You can see all the details. But what you see is that from this 95 to 2020 period, the US has become radically asymmetrically dependent on supplies from China. And this looks through the entire supply chain. So it includes not just direct imports from China, but imports from China that go through products that the US buys from Canada, etc. It's the same thing for Germany, same thing for Japan. And in fact, if I put up all the G7 and all the major manufacturing countries in the world, you'd see the same asymmetry. So quite simply, it's more or less impossible to decouple from China with the supply chains in any kind of realistic time frame. So that's kind of like a general warning. And the asymmetry is even larger in key sectors, as I'm sure the authors saw, in pharmaceuticals, anything to do with electric batteries. China dominates the entire supply chain. Okay, the second fact is China growth slows. up until the 2007 or so, you might say that the average, this is a 5-year moving average of GDP growth, was something like 10%. Now, 10% means your income increases 6-fold during your working life. And that is an enormous legitimacy for a regime. If you can promise your people their incomes are going to double 6 times in their lifetime, it doesn't really matter what else the regime is doing because that's dominant. However, now it's down to about 5%, and it's not clear whether it's not going to keep going down. So the legitimacy that came for the Communist Party from fast growth has now disappeared. And the next couple of facts are facts. You can connect them if you don't or not. It is true that the Chinese Communist Party has tightened its grip on both the economy and the society. At the same time, its growth fell. Moreover, China has become more aggressive outside its own territory. So this is kind of the trail in which the dragon who was in a panda costume has come out of the dragon. The Belt and Road Initiative, then the artificial island construction and militarization. 2015, this Made in China 2025 got started, and that's what the electric vehicle stuff is about. In 2018, Xi was made president for life. 2020, the Hong Kong security law was the first time it's really extraterritorial. And in the last couple of years, there have been kinetic conflicts with the Philippines and Vietnam and bigger exercises around Taiwan. So the dragon is flexing its muscle in the military and security as well, at least at the regional level. Okay, now I wish I could see the audience to read how, whether you're all asleep or not yet. But anyways, what I'm going to do now is try and explain how the root causes, this is my view, obviously, it's an opinion, how root causes led to geopolitical tensions that we have. So here's my way I knit them together. The U.S. disengagement from economic leadership led the U.S. to loosen its interest in maintaining the security order. After all, the U.S. had all this military and security alliances in order to keep the world safe for American business and also general capitalism, which was viewed as good for America. Now, promoting U.S. business outside of America is much less popular in Washington. And so this economic step back from the economic literature has led to a step back from maintaining the security order. And as a consequence, the economic and security power vacuum is partly filled by regional powers. China in the Far East, Russia and Turkey in the Near East, Saudi, Israel, and Iran in the Middle East, etc. So there's some newly large emerging economies who are starting to become important players in regional matters and doing things that they never would have done when we were playing bingo, when the US was the sole superpower. In China, income growth slows, Chinese Communist Party tightens its grip, China is increasingly aggressive in the South China Sea. These things can be viewed as causal, it doesn't matter, but all of those things are actually happening. But it's meant that China is not the China of 10 years ago. So the question now for the report is, will these root causes allow me entertain for a few moments that these root causes are the right ones, and my knitting them together into the current situation is the right one? Would it lead to an East-West neutral alignment as looked at in the report? And I would make a few points. Most of the tensions are focused on manufacturing, and most of them are related to China's rise. So the East, West, and neutrals all compete with China and all face pressure to protect. Moreover, there's a domino theory in reverse. Domino theory was how trade liberalization between one set of partners led to liberalization of more. This is going the other way. So when US puts up barriers against China, then China's exports will be diverted to Europe, which will lead Europe to potentially raise tariffs against China, for example, in electric vehicles, and China will retaliate. So this domino theory is working through manufacturing. So it's not a full fragmentation, it's focusing on manufacturing, and a lot of it on a few high-profile, salient manufacturing sectors. I don't think we're going to have a trade war over sports equipment, for example. Now, this conjecture, if this is from Ian Bremmer, this G0 world, we're not going to a new Cold War, so we're not going to go into two blocks. China won't dominate security and military at the global level, only the regional level. The US won't lead the West in the economic sphere, and we're not replacing the hegemon like the US replaced the UK. So we're going to a destination that we haven't seen, it's unclear, and the transition will be messy. As a consequence, the geopolitical shocks we've seen will continue to roll out in an important way for 5, 10, or more years. So get used to this, investing in these models and the simulations and what it means, investing in the ability of central banks to anticipate and recognize the shocks when they happen. That's going to be something that will pay dividends for many years to come. Okay, so it's also worthwhile pointing out that the security arrangements that exist aren't an east-west neutral world. So this is from the report, the east-west neutral, the blue is west, the red is east, and the gray is neutral. And this one of the simulations in the report, and I realize it's a little unfair to pick on this one simulation, but is that it's going to go into these two blocks. And I think that's basically impossible. And this comes, and the IMF did it, a lot of WTO did it. So this is a fairly standard practice among international organizations, but I don't think it's very relevant. And that's because it's based on correlation of UN voting in the Security Council rather than anything having to do with economics or trade. So as just go over here, you see the US defense blocks are not aligned with this over here. A lot of the blue is there, but the red is not aligned with security. Let me give another ideas for whether it's another version of East-West neutral. So why not use experts classification? The Center for Strategic International Studies comes up with 5 blocks: China and allies, China leaning, non-aligned, US leaning, and US and allies. And you can see the shares of GDP here to see. So that's another way that this thing could come apart. And one of the things I'm suggesting is you should look at many different ways using different ideas of how the fragmentation could happen. Other ideas: why not try trade-related indicators instead of UN voting? Anti-dumping cases and duties, or WTO complaints, or free trade membership overlap, or the number of trade missions, or lending by the Ex-Im banks. There's lots of ways you can measure whether people are friendly with each other on trade or not. Or use the trade diversion that arose from Trump season 1 to identify the allies and adversaries. Because after all, what we're coming into now is Trump season 2, and we have lots to learn from Trump season 1. Okay, so this is my guess for what it's worth. I actually don't have a degree for this, but so take it what it's worth. My guess of what's going to happen in 2025 is we're going to get fragmentation mostly among the allies, with one common adversary in the mix, which is China. So I think mostly we'll have West-on-West fragmentation, and this probably is going to be the largest quantitative impact because those West-West trade flows are so large. And maybe higher tariffs against China. I mean, maybe the West will maintain higher tariffs against China than they do against each other, but there'll still be high West-West tariffs. That seems like where we're going. Moreover, most commodity exporters won't choose between East, West, and neutral. And protection in commodities has very different economics and political economics. So I think it's important to separate manufacturing, services, and commodities. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. Okay, next point. Trade is too vague. So trade fragmentation. Couple points. Services are different. Most service exports are not affected by fragmentation in politics. Note that services are hard to protect for the same reasons they're hard to measure. It's, for example, the WTO has a moratorium on putting charges on digital transmissions. And lots of countries who would like to do that, they just can't figure technologically how to do that. That's not done through, for instance, a value-added tax or a sales tax. So services are really hard to protect, at least business-to-business services, not business-to-consumer, but business-to-business is hard to protect. And that's a lot and a very fast-growing part of the world economy. Now, of course, some services are fragmented. You have your TikTok examples, and we may get Chinese cars, software not allowed lots of websites are not allowed in China. But it might be worthwhile identifying and measuring the flows of services which are affected and identifying the blocks. So for instance, you could use membership in digital trade agreements and content of digital chapters and free trade agreements, for example. Second, FDI is too vague. Geopolitics is mostly about goods, but FDI is now mostly about services. This comes from the UNCTAD's World Investment Report. And you can see in the 2020-23, more than 80% of all the foreign direct investment, and this is greenfield projects, was in services, not manufacturing. And the pressures, the geopolitical pressures on that kind of services are much weaker, I would assert. So throwing all of investment in there, investment flows, is not a reasonable thing to do. I'm not sure whether your model has FDI in it, but in looking around at what this disruptive FDI is frequently discussed. Lastly, commodities are different. As mentioned before and in the report, managed trade deals with the US are likely to involve distortion of commodity trades. As you can see, one of the big things that US exports to different people are commodities. And if these managed trade deals where countries are forced to buy more American exports, a lot of that will go through commodity because that's really what the US has to offer that they could ramp up very quickly. So we may find distortions in the commodity market due to the managed trade agreements that many people expect in 2025. Moreover, in the simulations, it's probably worthwhile looking for geopolitical shocks in commodities separately. If the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the sanctions that followed taught us anything, it's that commodities can lead to massive worldwide shocks in ways that are somewhat unanticipated. And that's probably where maybe some of these simulations should focus a little bit more on. Commodity shocks coming through geopolitics and how they feed through, whether they're substitutes or not. For instance, energy in Europe was very dependent on Russian gas. And although Europe is finding substitutes for that, it didn't happen fast. And the huge increase in electricity prices in Europe had an effect. In the US, much less. And so that's the sort of thing I think it's worthwhile wargaming with simulations and whatnot before, and especially since commodity shocks are things that affect inflation rapidly, and therefore it's something that's of special concern to central banks. And I would just argue that the geopolitics shocks on commodities is totally different than the shocks we've been used to before, which were generally global trends like the commodity super cycle or going back to the 70s, the oil boycotts or whatever. This is quite more specific, complicated, and worth thinking through. Okay, the next set of unfair comments I'm going to make for the authors to chew on, and a suggestion that needs to separate out, is that geopolitics impact is confounded with long-term trends in manufacturing, which I don't think are sufficiently taken account of. Now, there's some of the econometric stuff that's been done by the IMF and the World Bank and the BIS, and they try and take care of some of this stuff with fixed effects. But I'm especially in the unconditional charts that you'll see, like East-West goes down or this one goes up. These trends are in there. So let me share you my three favorite ones. So first of all, manufacturing chains, supply chains are defragmenting since 2012, and more so without China. So what do I mean by defragmenting? So manufacturing output, the gross output, consists of final goods and intermediate goods. And a very gross way of looking at how important supply chains are is to look to the ratio at the world level of intermediates over total production. So that's both domestic, international, everything put together. How important are intermediates in manufacturing? And what you see with this chart, which comes from the TVA data, is between 1995 and 2012, this was the go-go years of globalization and offshoring, that ratio increased greatly because supply chains defragmented, offshored, and even inside countries fragmented. But from 2012, it's been declining. And not radically, but it has been declining. And notice that 2012 is way before these geopolitics things started getting really exciting in, say, 2016. Now, I think this, in my mind, a lot of this has to do with technological changes where automation allows more stages to be embedded in a single machine and therefore less fragmented, but different people have different stories. But that defragmentation, you could see, could look like geopolitical or trade fragmentation coming from geopolitics, or at least you could confuse it with it. The second one is that manufacturing supply chains are localizing and regionalizing since 2004, way before this stuff happened, less so without China. But so here's the world figures. Again, you see that during the go-go years of globalization, there was a rise, substantial rise of the share of manufacturing intermediate imports over total intermediate usage. So this is like an openness ratio for intermediates. How much of the world's intermediates that are used are actually imported? And that went from 19% up to 23%. And since 2004, it's been declining. And now in 2020, it's almost down to where it was in 1995. And in various things I've done, I tried to decompose this into localization, which means taking back home, and regionalization, which means taking to your region. And again, I think there's technological reasons for this. I'll give you the elevator speech. The reason you make stuff far away is because it's cheaper, all factors considered. And a large factor in that cheaper is labor cost. But as automation takes the labor out of manufacturing, the incentives to produce it far away get reduced. And so you tend to do it more regionally or more locally. Anyways, that's my story. There's other explanations for it. But the main thing I want to point out is that there's been a big change in the openness of the usage of intermediate inputs in manufacturing that seem to have nothing to do with geopolitics. Now, let me show you, because we saw how dominant China is in the world of manufacturing. I want to show you these charts with and without China, and you'll see that makes a huge difference, which simply says you have to special case China whenever you're thinking about manufacturing. So here is, on the left, is the fragmentation. In other words, manufactured intermediate production over total production. And you can see with China, China's declined more than the rest of the world, but the world has declined. If you go to the localization, you see this is the whole world, which is declining. But if you take China out of both the top and the bottom, it's still rising. And this simply reflects the fact that China is building out its supply chain, making its industrial base wider and more self-sufficient. And that's such a large effect that it actually is localized world production. But you can also see that there's a slowdown in the globalization, and this continuation is there you get a different conclusion with and without China. Okay, so the one last thing I want to talk about with China is the China paradox. People sort of misunderstand a lot what's going on with China. China is closing as it dominates. So what I'm going to show here is total exports as a percent of domestic production. This is a classic openness ratio, and it's what you can see for the U.S., Germany, and Japan. All these mega economies, especially Japan and the U.S., are quite closed, and that's always the case. Mega economies are their own best customers, and this is Germany. It's much more open. But if we looked at German trade outside of the EU, it would be the level of the US and Japan. Japan is gray, US is blue. So what China has been doing since 2005 is normalizing. Its openness ratio is approaching that of a normal mega economy, which in other words is pretty closed. Now that doesn't line up with most people's view of what you see in news feeds, that China is actually closing. And it's even true, this is for the total economy, it's especially true in manufacturing. And the right resolves this paradox. How is it that China is closing but seems to dominate everything? The right chart shows total production, and which is in the green, and you can see this is a thing we had before with the gross exports of gross production share of China moving from about 5% up to 35% over this time. And its exports also grew, but by less. And as a consequence, the ratio of exports to production fell. Now, most of us don't see this production, this green line of the production. We don't realize how fast production in China has risen. What we see is the exports, and the exports growing at such a fantastic rate makes us think that China is export-led. But actually, since 2005, China's manufacturing growth has not been export-led, it's been investment-led. So China is closing while it dominates, and I think that's led to a number of mistakes in thinking about how dependent China is and how much they'll be hurt by sanctions and stuff like that. But that, of course, is all in the report's modeling, because I know you're basing it on these kinds of facts. Okay, the conclusion, and I'm going to try and end a little early, is the report is a very valuable contribution. It opens a discussion among central bankers that should develop with more work and more nuance. I think it's especially since the realities after last week are different and the future scenarios for fragmentation are clear now that we know who's going to be in the White House from early 2025. So I hope my comments can provoke thinking and further refinement of the path-making research, but also to echo what Fabio Panetta said about central bankers getting ready for more shocks that affect their macroeconomies coming from geostrategic, geoeconomic shocks, rather than just the usual commodity shocks or business cycle transmission. So I will end right there and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Professor Baldwin. Questions?
How are we going to do this? Will you collect the questions or?
Yeah. Now we had some issues with the mic, but Richard, now it's fixed. Michele Vancini, thanks a lot, first of all, for all your comments and I mean, thoughts, food for thoughts for future work. It's really great to have you. And I just wanted to ask you a bit, to elaborate a bit more on the role of services, and in particular on the degree of protectionism that we might see on services, if you think that services are easier or more difficult to protect than other, because at least in principle for instance, digital services, it seems that it's quite easy to unplug, and just shut down the digital service trade. But I mean, I want to know more from you about this, if possible. Thanks a lot again.
Sure. Should I answer that right away? Is there?
I don't see immediate other questions. No,
Okay,
I see
so
questions. So maybe we take 2-3 questions. Sorry. So.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Hello,
Maybe
Richard. This is Daria Taglioni. Hello? Okay.
Go ahead, please.
This is Daria Taglioni, World Bank. I like your reflection that we will see a lot of geostrategic shocks between West and West, or I would say perhaps some of the BRICS and West. What's your reflection about the rest of the developing world? Will they play the role of connectors, or will they naturally align with some of the fragmenting parties? Thanks.
Okay.
Beata Jaworczyk, EBRD. If you could elaborate more on how West-West trade relationships could develop. So for instance, is the promise of a 20% tariff just an invitation to negotiations, or is this something that would happen? Would European firms be forced to choose between supplying the US market or the Chinese market?
Okay, so maybe I'll take those 3 questions, those great questions.
Yes, please.
So on services, I think an important thing to keep in mind is the difference between B2C, which is final services, and B2B services, which are intermediate services. Now, the B2C are relatively easy to protect through regulation. And I don't know exactly what you mean by digital trade, but if it's like, the provider of 5G or the telecoms company, that can be controlled. But the content going over whoever provider you have, whatever pipeline is there, it's very difficult to know what's going through that pipeline. So, for example, you can get an email which maybe has $100,000 worth of consulting work in one email, or that email might have $1,000 of consulting work, or it might actually have negative $100. Most of the emails I get have negative value added to them. So you can't measure it, and therefore it's very hard to protect. You don't know what's going through the pipeline. So what I mostly have in mind is other business services, financial insurance services, a lot of back office stuff, which is now a very large part of trade. I've written a number of papers where I look at the pie charts and say what's going on. And these other business services are important and growing very fast, and growing fast from emerging markets to developed countries. Their exports are growing faster than that of the developed countries. So it's moving to emerging markets. So that's what I mean by services. There are some things that are super easy to shut off. You could forbid TikTok or Twitter, for example, but those are individual things which aren't really big elements of what the trade and services is now. And just to note some comment to some numbers, if you look at gross trade flows, services are already about 20% of all international commerce. But since services are systematically more value-added intensive than manufactured goods and more job intensive, if you look at the share of value-added trade, services is almost half already. And if you look at the number of jobs who are connected to exports, the OECD has a database for that if you want, it's over half. So over half of the export-linked jobs are now in services, not manufacturing. And of course, some of those service jobs are actually working through manufacturing. But in any case, services are a big deal and growing. Now, much of this B2B service is really hard to protect. And if you look at, for example, the Service Restrictiveness Index, that's almost all focused on final services like, say, architecture, medicine, law, things like that, where there's a gatekeepers at the end. Those are heavily protected. But just to give you an example, in Italy, you would not be able to have an American architect design a building in Italy unless that architect had a degree in qualifications in Italy. However, the Italian architect would be perfectly free to hire an American architect to subcontract some of that work. There's no control at all. And so what we have is an image of many people that services are highly protected, but that's the final services, not the intermediate services. So I don't know if I answered your question, Michele, but at least I talked a little while. So I hope that sounds good. Second thing from Daria, thank you very much for the question. Other shocks. So it seems to me that Trump is going to put tariffs on everybody and extra big tariffs on China. Now, in this scenario, and this goes a little bit with what Beata's question, will he put on the tariffs and then talk, or will he try and talk and then put on the tariffs? Now, if you saw what he did in his first term, is what I like to call Trump tariff season 1, he put the tariffs on first and then tried to talk. And that is straight out of the art of deal. That's what he does, escalate to de-escalate. So I think it's pretty clear that he's going to put up the big tariffs, at least on China. So with China, he'll put on the tariffs and then try to talk eventually. But maybe with some of the Europeans and Japan and other allies, Australia and whatnot, maybe he'll offer talks where they have to buy more of US products and then they won't get as big of a tariff. So I think that's what, let me spin that out a little bit. So one of the interesting things about the US president, who will be a source of a lot of geopolitical shocks for the next 4 years, is he has a strong belief that tariffs can fix balance of payments problems, current account deficits. Now, it's important to say that tariffs cannot make savings and investment close, and therefore tariffs cannot close the trade deficit that the US has. However, the trade deficit could shift the bilateral balances from, for example, China, big tariffs reducing China's bilateral deficit with the US. But because of macroeconomics will always win out, that deficit has to shift over to other countries. And that, of course, will make somebody very mad and therefore potentially lead to more tariffs and therefore more retaliations. So what I see, anybody who imports a lot from manufactured goods from China is going to be interested in some sort of form of protection. The US will start to protect against everybody, allies, adversaries, maybe even Mexico and Canada at the same time, and then everybody will retaliate. So I think the whole Western bloc will find itself with higher tariffs by the early 2025. So that's my my scenario. Now, the other thing which you see with Biden and Canada was Biden more or less strong-armed Canada into mimicking its tariffs on electric vehicles against China. And I think that's something we can see much more of, where the US tries to use its leverage to force other countries to mimic its trade policy against China. And that will be another source of the developed world raising tariffs against China. But then, of course, China will retaliate. So you won't get tariffs, obviously, inside the European Union, but you will probably get more tariffs across the Atlantic and between Japan and the US. I'm just guessing that these things, but that's another way in which this sort of thing could spread. And that goes down to, a lot of countries will have to pick a lane. Are you going to follow the US lead in putting on quite prohibitive tariffs against Chinese goods or not? We'll find out. It'll be a very exciting time for international economists. Terrible for the world, but it'll keep people like the report writers very busy for the next few years. So I'll just stop right there.
Thank you. We have a second round of questions. Maria Grazia.
Good afternoon. So it's Maria Grazia Tinasi from the European Central Bank, and thanks a lot for the very thoughtful discussion on our report. I mean, I have a bit of a question that follows up on where you finished now, meaning, in this more confrontational world. So, the first question is, what is the future of multilateralism? Where does this leave us? It's and related to this regional blocs like the EU. What should we do? Should we follow a bit this very confrontational attitude that Trump promises to have, or is there a third way possible? This is a bit the question. Many talk about the third nation. So how do you see this? And the third question is, if you have to do a prediction for trade in 2025, how do you see trade next year? This is what we are currently confronted with, so maybe your insights would be useful. Thanks a lot.
So, other questions? At the back, yes.
Hello, Jeremy Martin, Bank of England. I wanted to ask if you could offer some reflections on how to think about a trade war in a context of global supply chains. A lot of the modeling of tariffs is done using direct trade exposures, but we know from your work that hidden exposures are very important, and China is at the end of many of those hidden exposures. So do you think by using direct exposures we're going to go badly wrong, and whether we have a good enough understanding at the moment of how to model trade wars in this context?
Let's take a third question.
Thank you. I'm Alessandro from Borin, from Bank of Italy. I have a question about China, actually. there was this very striking graph about China's production growing much faster than exports actually, and I think it is the result both of Chinese consumption increasing very fast at that time, and also China's integrating upstream, as Richard said, so production. But if we look at the last years, after basically the pandemic, there was a reversal of this trend. And that's especially after Chinese economy and final demand were slowing down. It seemed that like the Chinese government were trying to push again toward a more export-oriented model, and then there was this concern about overcapacity and competition from China. So that's I'd like to hear what you think about that.
Thank you. Okay, well, let me just say, I wish I was in the room. So many friends are asking interesting questions, and I know the most interesting thing of all these is the talk that happens between the talks and in the coffee breaks, and I'm sorry to miss that. So let me start with Maria Grazia. So I was at a panel last week with Borg, who's the president of the World Economic Forum, talking about these things. And he used an interesting word. He called it multilateral-ish. And it's not multilateralism, but his hope was that countries like the EU and similar like-minded people would try and keep multilateralism alive despite all these difficulties. And if nothing else, try to respect the rules as much as possible, keeping multilateral-ish world trading system alive. There's some hope for that, but probably the many aspects of the rules will be just blown out of the water, as the US has already started using the national security exception, which allows them to do anything. Trump does not seem at all concerned whether his rules are aligned with WTO rules, and potentially not even with US laws. Those things can be changed if he controls both houses. So I think multilateralism is not going to be one of our saviors. However, what I will point out is that already the WTO had changed its roles. Rather than convening large talks that lead to liberalization, what the WTO is doing now is it has ground rules on trade in goods, and those ground rules are embedded in the legal structure of almost all the countries around the world. So they are obeyed because they're part of national law, not because they're part of international law. Simple things like national treatment, transparency, MFN, and deviations from MFN being justified by various exceptions, loopholes, and whatnot. And the second thing is the WTO is finding groups of like-minded countries to progress on things like plastics and fishery. And those kinds of initiatives are still probably going to go on. And the WTO, I think, will still be important for those. But in terms of liberalizing the trade, that's not probably going to happen. So what should the EU do? The EU has already decided that it wants to do strategic autonomy. And that, of course, came because the EU felt betrayed when Trump season 1 put national security tariffs on European exports of metal, even though they were NATO allies. So that seemed to be a wake-up call all around Europe that America was no longer a leader of the rules-based international system, that they were deviating, and therefore Europe would have to get its act together and develop ways of countering the US disruptions. So that's what strategic autonomy is all about. And of course, the same reflection started on the military side or the security side, and that was greatly accelerated by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So that is the EU path, and I think it's one that's going to have to continue on. The good thing is that Europe is relatively closed as a bloc as a whole. It's as closed as the US is, for example, or Japan is. So the dependence on the rest of the world is not as large as you might imagine. And so therefore, as long as the single market keeps working, I don't think it will be as big of an issue. Let me just, Maria Grazia, to talk about your simulations. I think it's worthwhile focusing on the inflationary implications that you were talking about, and thinking about particular, commodity shocks. This is something I would do bilaterally if I was with you. That I think there's a lot of plausible scenarios as to how commodities shocks would come, and it would be really interesting for central bankers to run those things through your models and see how and when the inflation would show up. Forecast for 2025. I learned a long time ago that the iron law of forecasting was to give a number or give a date, but never both. So I can say I'm quite confident that trade will decline next year. How much, I'm not sure. So I can't give both a number and the date, but it seems almost sure that Trump will put on a bunch of tariffs and there will be retaliation relatively quickly. At least on the 10%, there will probably be a macroeconomic adjustment with the dollar that may offset part of it, just as happened with Brexit, but not fully offset it. But still, I think the uncertainty, if nothing else, the uncertainty of the trade policy environment will lead to growth expanding less quickly. And to weave this into Alessandro's comment, what was called overcapacity in manufacturing, which the Chinese government is trying to export in order to compensate for lack of domestic demand. That is an issue, but that's going to lead to more conflicts and more tariffs and more retaliation, and that will emphasize through a reverse domino effect as U.S. shuts out Chinese exports, and then Europe does because of the dumping, and then it spreads. Then China will have even more of a problem. So I think that problem will lead to a fairly rapid rise of protectionism in manufactured goods in particular. Jeremy, trade war and supply chains. So the key to keep in mind, the point you're making, which I think is really critical, is that tariffs get put on gross trade, but supply chains are largely about value, where the value is added. And so putting tariffs on, for instance, imports from China may not stop the U.S. being dependent upon Chinese supply chains. And whether that's, the guy who's putting these tariffs on, he doesn't look at these things. He's really worried about, as far as at least Trump won, he was really worried about bilateral deficits. And so that is all about gross flows, so that the tariffs won't be misdirected. But what it will lead to is all this protection among the large developed countries will be very good news for manufacturers in the other emerging markets, the non-Chinese ones. And you already, of course, see it in Mexico big time, Vietnam, Bangladesh, but that could spread and lead to exports. Hopefully that won't lead to the tariffs being knocked down on that. But in any case, I think the outcome would be that there will be a lot of trade diverted around these tariffs through supply chains, because the tariffs are on the gross, and what they're really trying to do is get at the value added. So in some sense, that's a relief. If the U.S., if Chinese exports had to stay in the channels that they are, and the tariffs go up to 60%, that would be far more disruptive than what will probably happen is that a lot of the Chinese production will go through other countries who aren't tarified, and therefore the shock to the world economy and prices and whatnot should be less. I'm not sure how much the ECB, the model that was in this report, takes account of that substitution. I suspect you must have some sort of substitution among suppliers, but that's something to qualify. And in any case, it's a good point that the tariffs are on gross, but the policy targets are probably value added. Okay, so I think I covered Jeremy, Maria Grazia, and Alessandro's questions, so I'll stop right there.
Thank you. We are drawing to the close. Maybe one last question. No. No, so I think we have to thank you wholeheartedly, Professor Ball. Interesting, very enlightening picture of shifting global powers at economic level and geostrategic level, and some prospect for next year and the year to come. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Thanks. So I understand we have a 20 minutes coffee break, right?
Since we are a bit behind the schedule, we will take like 15 minutes and reconvene at 4:40. Okay, thank you. are going to start the last session. Please take your seat. So, Philip Lane is the chief economist of the ECB, previous governor of the Bank of Ireland, and professor of international macroeconomics. Will moderate this panel. He will introduce our guests. So, thank you for being here.
I was very pleased to be invited to this event, as the presentation of the Eurosystem report earlier on this afternoon made very clear. There's many compelling reasons for central banks to care about this topic. Of course, in the course of the afternoon, not only did you get the launch presentation of that report, which I think also bears reading in detail. We've seen it in different versions already in the central banking community, but there's a lot in it, and no wonder with so many background papers and economists involved. And of course, the contributions from Richard Baldwin that we just heard, I think adds indeed to the ongoing work agenda. Thinking about a 3-region world model, but now we have to have a 5-region world model, and of course the complexities of dimensionality of that will be interesting. So in any event, I think it's also important, as Richard was emphasizing, to recognize side by side with all the policy questions, there are technology questions, and there are trend questions behind that. But of course, there's many policy questions which cut across many different types of institutions. So I think this afternoon's panel now brings together a range of institutions, but brings together actually a range of individuals who, when I was looking through some material before this panel, who are actively involved in taking on in a research and data way some of the many questions that we have in front of us. So let me introduce the panelists and then we can get into the discussion. So to my right here, Roman Arjona is the Chief Economist at the European Commission for the Director General for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs. He also serves as the Vice Chair of the OECD's Committee for Industry, Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and he's previously held positions at the European Investment Bank, the IMF and the Spanish government. To my left, far left in this order, but of course that's just a seat positioning there, is Beata Javicic, who's the Chief Economist of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, on leave from Oxford University, and also Director of the International Trade Programme at the CPR. And of course, her work has included work on FDI flows, investment promotion programmes, and how shocks propagate through production networks. I think on the screen, joining us remotely, is Navin Girishankar, who's President of the Economic Security and Technology Department at the Centre for Strategic and International Studies. So Richard Baldwin already showed a very interesting chart based on CSIS data. Again, there's a lot of activity at CSIS. And before joining, Navin was a counselor to the US Deputy Secretary of Commerce on a wide range of domestic and international issues. And he also spent over 2 decades at the World Bank, holding a range of senior roles in policy, country work, finance and evaluation. And also from the World Bank, Indermit Gill is the Chief Economist and Senior Vice President for Development Economics. Before that, he's the Vice President for Equitable Growth, Finance and Institutions. And he also has had a distinguished academic career at Duke, Georgetown and Chicago, and many substantial publications. So with that, the format is we're going to have 2 rounds of contributions from the panel members before opening to the floor. And let me also say to those who are online that there's also, when we get to the Q&A, there's a chat function, and I will see the questions you offer in the chat, and which can also be part of the conversation. So the first part is to, I think, have a common question, which of course has really been the theme of the whole afternoon, which is what is your view on the ongoing process of geo-economic fragmentation and the associated risks and costs? So, Roman.
Thank you very much, Philip. I hope you can hear me. Yes, now. So I think on that question, there is lots of analytical work that has been done over the past years. This includes also work that we are doing in the Directorate General GROW of the European Commission to understand supply chain risks, to understand these shifting patterns in the global reallocation of supply chains and the impact that this has on EU firms. And I would focus, to answer your question, on what I would say is 3 Ds. The first D being for disruptions or distress. Because I think that it's an important question to see whether this is a major obstacle to the operation of EU firms. And we had a recent survey that we released with Deborah Revoltella's team, the chief economist of the European Investment Bank, that looks at basically firm-level survey data for EU importers. And out of this survey, it becomes very clear that 1 out of 3 EU importing firms are actually facing supply chain disruptions as major obstacles. And to be more concrete, almost 40% of the EU firms are reporting that since 2022, they have difficulties in accessing raw materials, and that is kind of a major barrier. And about 35% are saying that logistics and transport issues have also affected them. And then there is a number which also mention access to chips as an issue and access to components. So this is kind of very much in line, I think, with what Michele was presenting before in part 2 of the report. In addition, we also see, from this kind of data that EU firms that are importing from outside the EU, they are also, and in particular from China, they are also facing more challenges in logistics, more difficulties to access raw materials, and tariff increases as well. While those that rely on kind of intra-EU imports, they are of course a little bit more cushioned by the intra-EU trade and the role of the single market. So in other words, I wanted to say here that even if some claim that international trade, of course, still works seamlessly and smoothly 99.9% of the time, I am afraid that EU firms are telling us also on that front a little bit of a different story. So it's a bit nuanced there. My second D is for dependencies. And dependencies largely because I think strategic dependencies are amplifying supply chain risks on the one hand, but there could also be what we call single points of failure or choke points. And the backdrop for this is that we are living in this kind of very fast changing, rapidly changing world where this level of systemic uncertainty is much higher than ever before. And it is very important to understand, what is going on with evidence. And I think that Michele, and Maria Grazia before were very strong on underlining that. So we designed a methodology back in 2021 when we had to put forward the industrial policy strategy of the EU to analyze the dependencies, the strategic dependencies and the vulnerabilities of the EU. And we updated that in 2023. It has received positive echoes from various member states that have adopted it to do their own analysis of strategic dependencies. And also we were very happy to see them reflected in the authoritative work of the European System of Central Banks in the report on open strategic autonomy that Michele and Maria Grazia referred to before. So basically this is a bottom-up, scientific, data-driven and neutral mapping that what it does is it uses highly disaggregated HS6 trade data, and we review the 5,400 products, so that is the whole universe of products imported by the EU. And we apply to that data 3 filters. Again, this is completely on a neutral basis. We take the concentration of import on foreign sources. We have a measure of a scarcity of the good and a measure of the capacity to substitute or replace that good by domestic production that comes from within the single market. We apply this kind of filters to the 5,400 products, and we look at ecosystems, industrial ecosystems or sectors that we tag as sensitive, and that is health because of all the pandemic-related issues. We did that at the time, safety and security, and also inputs that are essential for the green and digital transition. And we find 204 goods for which the EU is facing strategic dependencies. And these are located across a variety of sectors. They go from critical raw materials to chips, they go to pharma ingredients, chemicals, and in import value, actually, we see that China is the main source. Basically, more than 50% of the import value of these strategic dependencies of the EU comes from China, and then there is US with 9%, Vietnam with 7%, and other kinds of countries. So, of course, addressing strategic dependencies is complex. This is because many times we have limited options to diversify away from these strategic dependencies. A few months ago, we decided to refine this analysis and to look at what we call SPOF, or single points of failure, or choke points. So we look at the global trade networks, and there is beyond the EU, and we detect those goods which basically have a highly concentrated production at global level, and the main provider country is very central to many others in this global trade network. And then we cross-check with our 204 goods, and we find that 20% out of those goods are actually facing choke points, and China is again the main source. And here we see, for example, photovoltaic cells from China, but also turbojets, for example, from the US, or some engines from Japan, some hydrocarbons from Russia. And at the same time, we also see some reverse dependencies, because others are also dependent on the EU, other economic blocs, for access to critical inputs, and mutual dependencies are very important, of course, when we do this type of analysis, because they are a source of stability and balance in trade relations. And my third and final point is on, the third D is on dynamics. So we had distress, dependencies, and now it's dynamics. And this is actually coming from another work that we are doing, because rather than a deglobalization, what we are witnessing here, in our view, is an ongoing reconfiguration of global supply chains, with a greater weight of near-shoring and partner-shoring that is becoming more prominent. So with my colleagues William Connell and Christina Hergelegiu, we have been doing something which we call supply chain tectonics analysis, which is basically, and it's very much going in line with what Richard was mentioning before. That is, why not using trade indicators instead of the UN voting index, which is as well, a very robust measure that was used by Michele and Maria Grazia and colleagues. So we use indeed those kind of trade measures. So what we do is we look at the EU supply chains, and we see that these are not static entities, that they have been actually very dynamic in adjusting to this kind of new landscape with quite a lot of disruptions. And despite, let's say, sectoral differences, what we see is that there is a recent trend of EU imports shifting from countries for which the EU does not really have any bilateral trade initiative or agreement, and this includes as well Russia and China, towards the EU, towards neighboring, and towards distant countries with which the EU has agreements. So this is pretty much consistent with the Conteduca et al. Analysis that was presented by Michele before. This is evident not only for aggregate imports, but also when we focus on sensitive supply chains, and we look there at strategic dependencies, at products that can have choke points, at raw materials, chips, and net zero or clean technologies. And what is, I think, quite interesting as well is we're trying to evaluate the consequences of this shift on imports, concentration, and prices. And what we find is actually there is greater diversification of imports for the EU, and this can help to reduce geopolitical risks. But of course, building capacity takes some time, at least in the short term, in some of these areas, and we could slightly see higher concentration of imports in certain goods and in certain cases. And in terms of price dynamics, we find a mixed evidence. So we find perhaps a slight upward pressure in the short run, although this very much, again, depends on the products that we are examining. So I would leave it at that with my 3Ds, Philip, and back to you.
Very good, and that's a pretty impressive supply of data, you know, which is in line with the report, which is basically, you can say, well, such and such an input is strategically necessary, and is there a single point of failure? But to have the data is both reassuring and daunting. So, Beata.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be joining you today. I would like to focus on an issue that was already signaled by Governor Panetta, namely critical raw materials. And I would like to pose the question, are we heading into a storm? As many of you know, production of an electric car requires 6 times as much in terms of mineral inputs as production of a combustion engine car. Graphite is one of those inputs. Similarly, producing offshore wind turbine is also very intensive in minerals. One of those is rare earth. That's the little purple part on the graph. Now, what graphite and rare earth have in common is the fact that 2/3 of production takes place in China. Last year, graphite as well as germanium and gallium were in the news as China imposed export restrictions in retaliation for restrictions on technology flows to China. And as you can see here, China is responsible for the majority of production of gallium and germanium. Mounting geopolitical tensions pose concerns about security of supply. In the last year's transition report, we did a very simple exercise. We looked at known reserves of the critical raw materials. I stress known because reserves are a function of exploration. And we looked at where those reserves are located and then used the mapping of countries into the Western bloc versus the other bloc based on the UN voting pattern about which we already heard this morning. And the picture is not very pretty. If you look at graphite, only about 1/3 of known reserves is located in the Western bloc. In the case of rare earth, it's only 10%. And this is a concern because recently we have seen an increase in export restrictions, graphite and rare earth. What's the issue? The issue is that an export restriction can be introduced at the stroke of a pen, while starting a new mine takes on average 16 years. So while geopolitical fragmentation will be costly, it will be costly in economic terms, it also poses the risk of slowing down green transition. Thank you.
Thank you for this very striking set of graphs and a very powerful point. So let me turn to to Naveen. So over to you, Naveen.
Thank you. I'm going to pull up a presentation, if you'll indulge me. See if you can see this on your screens. Really appreciate the opportunity to join you. I'm going to take maybe a little different tack from colleagues. Can you see that and can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You know, I stepped away from the administration maybe 5 months ago, and it gave me an opportunity to reflect a little bit here with the team on what's coming next as we enter a new administration now. Prior to the election, we put out a compendium of essays, which I invite you to take a look at, which is really anchored around the global tech competition that is accelerating, principally with China, between the China and US. You've highlighted some of those already. But one of the things that I want to argue is that while there is significant potential for volatility as we move forward, there's actually a lot more continuity than change when you look at what's driving US policy. I think Professor Baldwin spoke compellingly about this, but I think there's broad recognition that for the past 4 decades or so, there's been significant economic dislocation in the US. I think the 2016 presidential election really gave voice to this. And what's interesting is that during the Biden administration, this continued to be a driving force behind US economic policy. The second thing is, I think looking forward, I would argue that we're not, as Secretary Raimondo has often said, we're in a Sputnik moment when it comes to chips. I would argue that we're probably in the midst of 5 or 6 Sputnik moments across chips, AI, quantum, climate technologies, bio and synthetic biology, and other biotechnologies as well. And so it's actually much greater challenge than one would have realized. I think that starting in the Obama period administration and subsequently, there's been also a recognition that civil military fusion risks, particularly with the PRC, is something that US policymakers have to contend with. Spent many hours in the SCIF during my period of service focused on this set of issues. And these weigh heavily on what drives US policy. Obviously, Beata, you've spoken quite convincingly, and Roman as well, about supply chain choke points. Not only with critical minerals, I would say just coming out of the pandemic, much greater recognition of these. And so when you take these together, I think this is a set of challenges that confronted Trump 1, confronted Biden, the Biden administration, and will confront Trump 2. And the question, I think, as you look at this is, what's happening to US economic policy as a result of that? I think our view is that we're in a period of significant ferment, to say the least, and many of you have talked about that. If you look at this set of competitiveness, resilience, and national security goals, what has emerged is a kind of economic security toolkit that many people have written about. I would say you could think of these as promote measures or policies like industrial strategy, protect measures such as export controls, investment screening, sanctions, strategic tariffs, and partner measures that you saw during the Biden administration, obviously with the significantly with the absence of a trade agenda. But there were efforts such as the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, sort of a significant ramping up of the Development Finance Corporation, an attempt to bring the Ex-Im Import Bank back after a period of a lapse in authorization. And so you have this set of tools that policymakers have been using. Each one of them have challenges, and I'll speak briefly to that. With export controls, open questions about whether they're actually achieving their impact. Some would say, yes, they are blunting sort of technological advance where there are dual use risks on the part of the PRC. We've seen that obviously in the case of Russia with their war of Ukraine, aggression in Ukraine, the use of export controls. The question, however, that's an open question is whether export controls blunt incentives for technological innovation. And it's something that some of our colleagues here have written about recently. There's also a question around investment screening and whether in the case of CFIUS in particular, there's a tendency to view literally everything as a national security risk, even when there are opportunities with allies for FDI here in the US in critical and emerging technologies. Obviously, the promote tools are open question. Today's announcement of the funding agreement with TSMC, $6.6 billion is significant, and that's a commitment of the US government. But going forward, what's the mix of these things? Is it going to be more tax cuts? Will there be any room for subsidies? What does that mean in terms of their impact? And then the big question, I think, is we've sort of underperformed when it comes to really thinking about supply chains and trade agreements, supply chain resilience and the role of trade. Is there a pathway back towards secure and trusted technology markets? It's an open question, and this is where I think the Biden administration is leaving off. What's really interesting is, I would argue, notwithstanding the comments around tariffs, that the mix of policies will change under Trump-Vance, likely based on what they've said. So, for example, there is discussion around tariffs for paying for tax cuts, discussions around tariff revenues feeding into a potential sovereign wealth fund to drive investments in infrastructure and critical emerging technologies. But really, the same set of issues remain, and it's a kind of trilemma that's emerging, where you can lean, at least we saw with the Biden administration, on protect measures and promote measures, but that really taxes your relationship with partners. We've seen that obviously in the EU-US relationship, also with the relationship with some of our Asian partners. I'll stop there, but I think that we're at the same, very similar set of questions, with probably a little bit more volatility around it, to say the least, going into January and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Naveen. And I think this is consistent with this three-dimensional chess that Richard Baldwin had highlighted, because you can also imagine taking your triangle, but having it at different levels depending on the policy choices. So, Indermit, over to you.
Thank you, Philip. So I was trying to sort of extract from all of the presentations that I read and heard, and we had some slides over here, but I may not use them. But mainly because the problem with coming last is that all the good stuff has been said. So let me try to just try to summarize what I've learned, right? So one of them is that if you look at the current environment, you find that the trade distorting measures are dominating the trade beneficial measures. But what you also see is that the trade distorting measures are largely coming from the G20 countries, the G7 and the G20. And the trade facilitating measures and so on, or the things that are good for trade, are generally coming from the smaller economies, right? So that's the first divide, the smaller ones versus the larger ones. The second divide I found is the one that Richard mentioned, which has to do with the services trade and the goods trade. That actually services trade is growing apace, even though the goods trade is thing. And when you look at the measures that have been involved in the Trump versus China thing, it's largely about restrictions on goods trade rather than, for the reasons that Richard mentioned too, that it's really hard to actually come up with protectionist measures on the services side. The third point, I think, which is related, is that there is this growing sense of hand-wringing, saying that, the global environment is terrible, so this is not a good environment for reform. Well, actually, it is as good an environment for reform domestically as it was when things were not that good internationally. And then the final thing is that I was also struck by the comments of Governor Panetta and others that, look, there's also this issue about who's to blame for this, who's the scapegoat, who's the real thing to blame. And I think there's this sort of division, in a sense, between the part of global governance that is constituted by the WTO governor and the other parts, which is essentially the World Bank and the IMF especially, right? Okay, so let's take each one of these things in turn. So what do we tell countries that are not really responsible for a large part of the weakening or the worsening of the global trade environment? So these are the non-G20 countries, and there are about, 160 of them, 170 of them. And the G20 have about 85% of the world's GDP, and these smaller countries have about 15%. Smaller economies ought to be trading more, so for them, actually, things are not that good. Okay, but they also can't be choosers, right? They're small economies. So what do we tell them? We tell them basically the big message is don't be picky. Okay? So the first one is we tell them don't pick between the US and China. Try to sort of join trade agreements that include both of them, even if one trade agreement doesn't include both. Try to include join one that has the US in it, join another that has China in it, join as many as possible. So I think in a way, we would tell these smaller economies that they should become spokes in the global trading system, the global trading hub. Now we are telling them to become the hubs themselves and treat each of the parts of the global trading systems as they're fragmenting as the spokes, right? So they become the hubs, they're smaller and so on. That's one way to, but the big lesson is don't be picky. Don't pick between one or the other. You're too small not to. The second one is basically don't pick between services and goods, because actually there are huge benefits from actually doing huge benefits from both the goods trade, and to the extent that some of the avenues for the goods trade are getting restricted, look for others, and the services ones tend to be open. The third one is, of course, don't pick between domestic reforms, domestic policy reforms and international policy reforms, which is very related to the services thing anyway. And by the way, if you take a look at a part of the world where there isn't much hand-wringing going on, it is East Asia. Okay? And if you look at East Asia, the smaller economies of East Asia and so on, they are busy adjusting. They're not doing a lot of analysis like the ones that we did over the last couple of days. They're just moving on. They're figuring out exactly how to do these things. And I think if you really want to look at the effects of all of these things, there are a couple of World Bank reports I would refer you to. One is the East Asia update that we just published. It's called Jobs and Growth. Jobs and Technology, rather. And then the other one is a book that has just come out, which has been written by our chief economist of the East Asia region, Aditya Mattu, and some co-authors. It's called Services Unbound. Okay? And when you look at that, you find that they actually put flesh on some of the numbers that Richard was talking about, but in a very, very specific context. So, for example, they actually show that Vietnam, which is a relatively small economy, but which is a real practitioner of this. Basically, it had growth in value added of 3% a year between 2008 to 2016, largely driven by opening up its services sectors to foreign competition. Okay? So it's getting, and by the way, these numbers in services tend to be, or growth in productivity in services is outstripping the growth in productivity in manufacturing. So if you really care about aggregate productivity growth in an economy, this would be a part of the economy that you would really want to liberalize, because a large part of the gains from this liberalization are also reaped in agriculture and in manufacturing. Okay, so those are those three things: small economies versus large. Small economies versus large, services versus goods trade, and domestic agenda versus the international agenda. So these are. So I think that East Asia is a really good place to sort of see what countries are doing. So then the last is the tricky part, right? Which is the WTO versus the other multilateral. And as I was listening to Governor Panetta, he said 3 or 4 things that struck me immediately. One of them was, he said, look, trade and globalization has helped to lift hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. He also said that globalization has been an easy scapegoat of some of the tensions this has created. He spoke about generous production subsidies in China. And then, so those were the 3 things that he mentioned. And these actually made me think about what are Mr. Trump, essentially, right? So, so if you look at this, the story, I think, would start with the accession of China to the WTO. And if you look at some of the charts, you'll actually see that there was something unnatural that happened between 2000 and 2010, 2011. Okay, something unnatural happened. Look at the numbers and so on. They look completely unnatural. So then the question is, you say, okay, what are the things that were unnatural? And the first one was that China kept its exchange rate artificially low, and the IMF was asleep on the job. Okay? So, for example, if you look at this paper, this 2016 paper in the Journal of Labor Economics by 5 economists, it said import competition from China that surged after 2000 was a major force behind recent reductions in US manufacturing employment and weak overall US job growth. Our central estimates suggest job losses due to rising import competition over 1999-2011 in the range of 2 to 2.4 million jobs. Okay? And if you look at the value of the renminbi, it was kept low between 1994 and 2010, and then even after this distortion was removed, there were other distortions that continued. So if you look, for example, back in 2018, when I did the numbers last, the 4 largest state-owned banks in China had assets of 12 trillion, right? And it would have taken, you would have to take the 10 largest US banks to get to that level of assets. And this was a closed sector to outsiders. Okay? Now, you think that's not enough? There was also the problem of theft of cutting-edge technology. And if you look at Lighthizer's reports back in 2018 again, this was the part that they actually really, this was the part that Marty actually thought that this was the most serious distortion that was continuing, and they felt that the WTO didn't actually help on that one. Okay, nobody helped. The World Bank didn't help, the WTO didn't help, and the IMF didn't help. Okay, so then I said, okay, what was the World Bank doing at the time? I was at the World Bank, so I looked at a report. It's called China 2030. Okay, and it was really cheerleading on the sort of things that you mentioned, Governor Panetta. So I'll give you an extract from that. It said 2 questions arise. Can China's growth rate still be among the highest in the world, even if it slows down from its current pace? And can it maintain this rapid growth with little disruption to the world, the environment, and the fabric of its own society? This report answers both the questions in the affirmative. Okay? Says that no problem. All right? And then it says, okay, and because it's a report from the World Bank, it's a good report, okay? I mean, I have to say this. And so the report does say, look, there's some risks here. But then it starts to look at the risk. It says, implement structural reforms, accelerate innovation, go green, promote social security, strengthen the fiscal system, and actively use multilateral institutions and shape the global governance system. Okay? I think China actually did at least a few of those things, including actively shaping the global governance systems, but not in a way that actually would lead to an affirmative answer to that second question: can it maintain the rapid growth with little disruption to the world? In fact, it was exactly the opposite. Last thing then, WTO. So I was at the WTO recently, and so I was preparing for that visit, and I said, let's see how the WTO functions, right? And so you have this rule that a country self-defines its developing status. Okay, it can self-define itself as a developing country. Okay. Now, this has to be inconsistent with a multilateral organization. How can you have unilateral rules in a multilateral organization. Even the World Bank, we have a classification of countries: low income, lower middle, upper middle, high, and so on, right? And we have criteria that people consider arbitrary, but they get used to it after a while, right? So then now, in the case of the WTO, you define yourself as developing as long as you like. So, for example, right now, South Korea, which has a per capita income close to Italy's, I think, defines itself as a developing country, okay? Now, it defines itself as a developing economy. I call that a Peter Pan syndrome. You don't want to grow up, okay? Now, the same thing is true of China, and I just gave you the numbers of the banks and the fact that China had a third of manufacturing value added, etc. This is a big economy. It's a developed economy in those respects. You cannot have, now, maybe it's not as developed as Canada. Maybe Canada should be in a different category, but surely China should not be in the same category as Chad, you know? And right now it is. So I think all of these, I think those are the economics of Mr. Trump. I think the global governance system failed to keep order.
Well, I think that's been a very interesting contribution. And by the way, it triggered for me some memories. So the World Bank China 2030 report came out in 2013. But in fact, in 2007, there was also a World Bank report called Dancing with Giants, not Dance with Dragons, but Dancing with Giants, China, India, and the World Economy. And in fact, I was a consultant on that project. So with Sergio Schmuckler, I wrote a chapter about the entry of China and India into the world financial system. Now, my memory, I haven't gone back recently to look at it, is more descriptive of what's going on at that point in time. But I mean, if we also remember the global imbalance discussion from that time period, this was a byproduct, I suppose, of the cheap currency as well. So I think that there's been, I asked a common question. I think successfully all the contributors have moved in different directions and covered a huge span. So let me now, in the second round, first of all, come back to Roman. And of course, given where you sit, I'm going to ask you two questions, or it's a two-part question. One is indeed, how can the European Union safeguard its economic and strategic interests in the context where maybe both the US and China face fewer internal constraints in designing industrial and trade policies? And of course, given the nature of the European Union, it's different. So that's one question: is does that asymmetry create any issues? And then I think this is in line with what Indamit just said about, regardless of what's going on in the world, you always have the optionality about what you do at home in terms of domestic reform. And for us, for the European Union, obviously a very prominent type of domestic reform is a set of recommendations coming from the Draghi report. So again, if you think about that domestic homework for the EU, I don't know if you've any thinking about exactly how do we go from here to there? What kind of ways can you build the internal consensus to move forward? So, Roman.
Thanks for that, Philip. I think on the, let's say, on your questions about what can the EU do to navigate through this kind of globally changing environment, I would say that the first thing that it needs to do is probably, to kind of have a look or even deepen, its stance on partnerships as a source of de-risking, because the EU is actually the largest trader of manufactured goods and services. That's about 16% of global trade, and we have seen, some slides on that before. And this, of course, enables huge economies of scale, and it can be really an engine for productivity, for innovation. And I think we have like three fronts to watch on this partnerships area. The first one is that trade, of course, remains extremely essential for the approach of the EU. And actually, I was looking some time ago at the commissioner designate Šefčovič was saying that he will pay really great attention to diversification, de-risking, and resilience in the EU's trade agreements And the EU is currently negotiating trade agreements with various partners, that is India, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, and a number of others. So resilience is likely to become as well, an element to look at in the trade agreements. Second, we have like what we call raw materials diplomacy. There have been a lot of critical raw materials partnerships around. This have been signed with about 15 partner countries, and these include these are countries of very different nature and position geographically in many different parts of the world. So we have like Greenland, Australia, Namibia, Kazakhstan, Chile, and the idea here is basically to continue to pursue these critical raw materials partnerships as a result of the Critical Raw Materials Act. And I come a bit to what Beata was saying before, because the EU is basically pursuing an approach whereby it kind of tries to ensure a sustainable supply, of critical raw materials from international markets, but also it tries to create capacities there where it is necessary and to increase like the efficient use and the recycling of some of these raw materials, which is also, suboptimal at the moment. And then the third dimension on partnerships is this fact that the EU is also working on strengthening its supply chain coordination, I would say, with international partners, for example, within the G7, to act together to confront what I would say are non-market policies that are kind of undermining the level playing field, to address, for instance, the global overcapacity challenges that were mentioned before. And then I think the second axis I would probably focus on is indeed the playing field. So what are the measures that are needed to kind of ensure against unfair trade? And there actually the Executive Vice President designate Stéphane Séjourné was highlighting very recently that he was supporting more assertiveness in protecting the single market from unfair trade practices, and this includes distorting non-market policies and technology leakage. And I was looking at the mission letter of President von der Leyen to Commissioner-designate Šefčovič, and he was also very clear in this respect that future Commissioner Šefčovič was kind of called to address the spillovers from non-market policies and practices, market distortions, and harmful overcapacities, and that's literally from the letter, using our autonomous instruments as necessary. So the EU has basically a wide toolbox already of instruments to support the single market from non-market policies and distortions. These are, of course, very well known to all of you in the form of anti-dumping, anti-subsidy measures. They are behind the trade measures that were put forward recently for the electric vehicles from China. But there are also a number of new instruments, and here there are three that I wanted to mention to avoid what the governor was saying before, like subsidy wars. And the first one is basically the foreign subsidies regulation. This should aim to deal with distortions that come from non-EU subsidies within the single market, and investigate also, to a very large extent, unfairly low bids from firms to EU procurements that are backed by strong public support. The second instrument is actually the International Procurement Instrument, and there the idea is to tackle discrimination against EU operators and promote some kind of fair access to procurement markets globally and with certain reciprocity. And third, there is the Anti-Coercion Instrument, and this is to deter economic coercion by third countries against the EU and its member states, and it may spark trade, economic, or other measures in response. And also the European Commission made actually recently a proposal to improve the foreign direct investment screening mechanism and ensure that all member states have one in place with better harmonized rules. And this is in its final stage of negotiations with the co-legislator. And the relevant challenge here would be, I think, how to ensure a coherent and coordinated use of these instruments where it is necessary. And then finally, my point is on linking a little bit to what Naveen was saying before on the kind of promote axis, so promote capacities in critical areas. This is about securing a resilient industrial base and technology base for the EU in some of these strategic areas, such as chips, but also net zero technologies, raw materials. And again, in the President von der Leyen's mission letter to candidate Executive Vice President Séjourné, it is mentioned that Europe will need a new industrial policy strategy and that this should be powered by investment, the single market, economic and trade policies. And it is clear that the single market is, of course, a core part of the solution of the, of the issues faced by the EU. If we look at our joint EIB DG Grow recent report that I was mentioning on supply chains, firms that actually are importing from within the EU are less likely to be affected by supply chain distress. This does not, of course, absolutely mean that we should stop trading with the rest of the world, but I think it does provide an indication that the single market can also, be a platform, to improve economic and industrial resilience in the EU. So over the past years, the EU has also put in place a number of laws to build on this, like the Net Zero Industry Act, Critical Raw Materials Act, or the CHIPS Act. And this is where we come to your second question, which I will touch upon briefly, on competitiveness and the Draghi report. Because if we want to attract investment in activities that are critical for the economic security of the EU, I think we need to work on the many challenges that the Draghi report was highlighting. And when I look at these challenges, Professor Draghi calls explicitly, for a new industrial strategy for the EU that is based on three aspects. The first one is accelerate innovation and find new growth engines. The second one is basically bring down energy prices and decarbonize. And the third one is to reinforce the ability of the EU to deal with geopolitical tensions. And to achieve this, he mentions the need to fully implement the single market to enable this scale that is necessary. The second one is massive investments, and you all know the figure of 800 billion or close to 5% of the EU GDP per year. And then the third one is reform the EU governance and kind of induce less regulatory burden. And in this kind of context, and I really finish with this now, there are three things that the EU is already working on that I wanted to mention to you. The first one is that in the first 100 days, the new college will issue what we call the Clean Industrial Deal. And that will be a tool to boost decarbonization investments and the related business case. I don't have a crystal ball, but I would probably think that issues such as permits, speeding up permits, and simplifying it, access to infrastructures, energy, raw materials, skills, and technologies will be an important part of this. There will also be a single market strategy by mid-2025 to create a new momentum for a modernized single market that can act also more as a lever of resilience. And there will also be to secure the investment journey, so to say, for EU firms and deliver on what Professor Draghi was hinting at, a European competitiveness fund. We should also de-risk and mobilize investments with a certain strategic focus and alignment around with industrial policies. So this is basically, the kind of three elements that I would say, would be for me the most important ones here. Thank you.
Very good. So Beata, so in terms of de-risking, what might be the financing strategies that can support the EU in de-risking, and what might be the contribution of the EBRD? And then looking more broadly, what types of investment strategies in third countries would best align with the EU's goals?
So EBRD certainly is supporting the goal of diversification by assisting lending to mid-sized mining companies. We do promote green transition in our countries of operations, but I'm happy to talk about this more. But now let me come back to the theme that has been mentioned by Roman, industrial policy. Right? So in the first round of interventions, we stated the problem. We had a diagnosis. So now the question is, what's the treatment? And Roman mentioned industrial policy as part of the treatment. So is it really the answer? Industrial policy is back. It's back in advanced economies. It's back in emerging markets. Why are countries doing it? Well, because everybody else is doing that. And countries are also doing it because there is popular demand for it. If you ask people, are you in favor of greater involvement of the state in the economy? In post-communist countries, among people of 60 years of age or older, more than half will say, yes, we want more state intervention. And you see that there was a remarkable increase in the support for state intervention between time of COVID, before to after COVID, and of course, since the 1990s. The enthusiasm at least according to this survey, is lesser in advanced economies, but we still have seen an increase. But industrial policy has some troubling features. So here I'm giving you a sneak preview of some of the results we'll publish in our transition report 2 weeks ago. This is based on analysis of industrial policy in 140 countries. And what you see is that in 90% of cases, industrial policy discriminates against foreign interests, right? So you already see that pursuit of industrial policy will undermine the global trading rules. What's also troubling is that in very few cases, industrial policy has a sunset clause and expiry date. In many cases, governments are signing up for supporting particular industries, regions, firms, without stating when this support will cease. And that's expensive, particularly these days in an environment of higher interest rates and higher costs of borrowing in general. Now, and perhaps what's more troubling is the fact that industrial policies tend to have multiple objectives without a clear hierarchy of objectives. So in the transition report, we looked, for instance, at industrial policies which focus on environmental objectives and found that many of them are also trying to secure access to inputs. They are supposed to promote growth and productivity. They are supposed to promote employment. They are supposed to promote regional development. And often there is tension between these objectives. Think about our European objective of electrification of transport. We want more electric cars. And at the same time, as the Draghi report says, we want employment in the car industry. If we want to protect the car industry, that's going to increase the cost of electric cars, and that's going to go directly against the objective of fast rollout of electric mobility. What is needed to do industrial policy? Often what you need is the fiscal space and administrative capacity. And in particular, both are needed if you want to do industrial policy that's less distortive. So think about trade finance or R&D credits. If you don't have these two things, you will opt for the red ones, for the most distortive industrial policies, such as export licensing, import bans, export bans. And this is very troubling, that countries that are not good at controlling corruption are actually pursuing these distortive industrial policies because that shows great potential for things going wrong. So what's the bottom line? The bottom line is that while industrial policy may deliver, getting it right is difficult. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So let me come back to Naveen. So you had this very effective, I think, organizing device of the economic security trilemma. And Naveen, let me ask you a couple of questions. One is in relation to policies that are intended to improve national security. Now, I think you've already hinted at this, but in terms of, and especially given that there has been, these have been in different ways around for a while now, what is your take, or maybe if you want to kind of describe more generally the policy community in DC, do we think national security is improving in America as a result of these policies? Because just as Beata just had there, that essentially someone can claim a policy objective when in fact it may not serve that objective, but it serves some private interest. And of course, again, from where you sit in DC, the trade-off between that versus any potential damage to the open, an internationally open trading system. I'm going to ask you that in the context of the US, because obviously the US is still it's a hegemon in security military context. But I guess what I'd like to hear from you is there any degree of concern that these types of policies, from a US perspective, could ultimately be self-defeating through their impact on multilateralism? And then that's one type of question, which is the US versus the world. But a different type of question or dimension is not the world, but vis-a-vis like-minded countries. So today we had a lot of discussion about this kind of Western bloc, or America adjacent, if you like, a group of countries. So those are really two dimensions. One is the global dimension, but even if you subordinate that, then the relationship with essentially allies, whether economic allies or military allies. So over to you.
Yeah, those are very good questions. I would say that it's important to be specific about what we mean by national security. So, in fact, this is going to be an enduring challenge. Like, where, when it comes to economic policy, do we define economic security, national security? Let's take export controls. I think there's some specificity there. I mean, the angle I would take to all of these questions is the technology competition that's happening across a number of advanced technologies. Otherwise, it's very hard to really understand what's driving US policy. So when you take export controls and controls on advanced chips and other advanced technologies, I think that the role of those policies has really been, has expanded significantly in recent years. And it's really around not the traditional use of export controls to prevent weapons of mass destruction from going into the hands of dangerous actors, but actually increasingly to blunt the advance of technology advancement by our principal competitor, China, or in the case of Russia, to degrade the war machine. Are they effective? I would argue that there are a number of data points that show that they have blunted technological advance, at least temporarily. And at the same time, with respect to China, one can argue that it provides an incentive for them to accelerate their own industrial strategies to design out the US. And so it's a question of how these net out, and it's going to be an area of rich investigation, as I think, as we go forward. There are some potential own goals. So I'll take the case of the recent Nippon case around CFIUS, where, when you're talking about allies that are investing in the US, in industries that are going to be important, including in emerging technologies. I just take billion-dollar investments from South Korea in the United States across geographies, the South, the Midwest, and others. They are at an all-time high. And these are in mostly right-to-work states, but they are in technology areas that are creating jobs and that are critical to the US, at least under the Biden administration, their clean and climate technology goals. And so I could imagine a world in which you define national security too broadly, and it becomes a poor excuse for protectionism of various kinds, and that's self-defeating. And so I think that I am not confident we will get to a good answer, but I think that it needs to be something that we pay attention to. The second thing I think has to do with industrial strategy. This is where there will be significant continuity in the goals, I believe, between the Biden administration and the Trump administration. The instruments may change. So, for example, there may be greater emphasis on corporate tax cuts, not only for manufacturing incentives, but also for manufacturing investment, but also for perhaps design around chips. It's an issue worth considering. That will continue, but there are also going to be new instruments that are proposed. I don't know if they'll take flight, but using proceeds from tariffs or revenues from tariffs to fund a sovereign wealth fund is an interesting idea that's been discussed to then drive investments in critical and emerging technologies in the US. These all will continue to, I think, put a lot of stress on the relationships with allies. Are we going to enter kind of a subsidy war that goes on ad infinitum, and where does that end? Are we going to understand in a more nuanced way, I don't know if this will happen, where there are opportunities for supply chain integration, for supply chain resilience, and is there through that a pathway, at least in some ways, back to trade? So this goes back to this question. If your goal is technology innovation, commercialization, and scaling around these advanced technologies, you can't do it alone, given the nature of global value chains. Is there a path back to secure and trusted technology markets, at least for some partners? For example, the US, Japan, and Korea around the Trilite. Is that a pathway forward? This remains to be seen. I'm certainly not confident, but at the same time, I believe that there will be people who will have to raise these questions. Certainly, there are those on the Hill who are aware of this, both on the Democratic side and the Republican side. Let me end with one point here, which is that there are important drivers. Importantly, the AI revolution, the data center agenda, and the energy requirements of it will be a significant driver relative to what we saw under Biden. This will be a way of focusing attention and energy around these three goals of where is the national security interest, what is our industrial strategy interests and goals, and what can we do with partners. This is a really interesting use case, and I might invite folks to pay close attention to it as it evolves. The private sector is moving, at breakneck speed around this, including you've seen stories around, reviving 3 Mile Island to find sources of energy that can fuel the data center build out. But one can see that that's not something one can do alone, and there are overtures from the UAE and the Saudis and others about being part of this larger US agenda. And this is really interesting because the AI revolution is certainly an area where the US currently does have advantage. And so it's eye-opening as to see how this trilemma plays out when it comes to that set of agendas. Let me pause there and say, I can only say that there is a good deal of volatility ahead of us, but I would just underscore for this group that if you remember the technology race that's accelerating, the three goals that every US government will now need to address, both domestic, national security, and resilience goals, I think that there's more continuity than people may be aware of. So thank you.
Thank you, Naveen. So, Indermit, let me raise or come back to two of the points you raised in your opening round. One is, as you reminded us, there's 170 countries not in the G20, and you were saying that they now have options. So, in the sense of don't be picky. One basic question is essentially, well, I have two flavors of this. One is, does this somehow give them more bargaining power, or are they basically too small and they're basically price takers in the world? My other variant of that, because it connects, I think, to something Richard Baldwin said, was basically at some point, does push come to shove, and either of the kind of superpowers say you're either with us or you're against us, and you need to, so that kind of risk. And then maybe coming back to the role of multilateral institutions, and of course, maybe if I summarize part of what you were saying there about the history, it is essentially, ideally, there's essentially a multi-angular approach where all of the institutions understand what's going on and need to pick up different pieces of the puzzle. To the extent you can have a vision, how can a multilateral-ish kind of phase upcoming, where it may not be perfect, but of course these institutions have to mitigate where they can. Do you have any views of how this might develop? So.
Yeah. Good questions. You know, so I was thinking about what there was a journalist who said that back in 2016, in those elections, people took Trump literally but not seriously, right? And I think that if you look at this round, people are taking Mr. Trump both literally and seriously, right? And I think we should probably come to a point where you don't take the policy measures threatened and so on literally, but take them seriously, right? So I think that's the first thing. So for example, you know, Trump will raise the projected average tariff rates to 60%. That would mean that the average weighted tariff rate on U.S. imports, according to the slides that Daria prepared, you know, would be the same roughly what the U.S. had back in 1933. Bad times, basically, right? So I think it's so one shouldn't care about the fact that it's 60% or whatever. One should care about the fact that this is a serious issue. So then you sort of say, okay, what should one do about this, right? So if I had to say what should a small economy do in this case, right? I would say that the first menu on the option, the first option on the menu is industrial policy, okay? And by the way, if you actually visit some of these countries, if you start to discuss industrial policy with them, Beata, so I was actually asking a Ghanaian counterpart if we should bring up the issue of industrial policy with the two political parties that are contesting the elections. And the advice he gave was, he said, well, would you bring up the nutritional benefits of wine with an alcoholic? Okay? So he said, no, stay away from that, okay? Because they will find nutritional benefits of alcohol, okay? So I think that when it comes to the larger countries, of course, you can't stop them. So I think organizations like the World Bank, we can't stop them, right? I mean, if somebody wants to score an own goal, no referee can stop it, right? But at least measure them, right? At least measure them so that the world knows what these lead to and so on. So I suspect that if I measured the sort of the effects of the industrial policy options that Mr. Draghi is recommending for Europe, I bet that some of them would be like complete non-starters, and others might be things that could work under very special circumstances. But the second thing that we tell the smaller economies, Philip, basically what we tell them is based on the experience again of the East Asians. What we are finding is that if you integrate closely into the trade, if you integrate through FDI and through trade with a larger economy that is doing industrial policy, you actually can get some of the benefits of that money, right? This you get from the IRA in the US and so on. Actually, some of that money does flow to countries from other economies if they are deeply integrated in them. The second thing that we tell them is something that I think that Richard will be proud of, which is that we tell them to liberalize their services sectors. Okay? That is something that they should do anyway because it actually helps them a lot. So again, if you go back to the East Asian countries, I'm not talking about China now, I'm talking about the others, liberalizing the services sector. So this is something that the World Bank ought to be telling them, is that, look, informing them the pros and cons of industrial policy, but at the same time also telling them that, look, there are ways for you to take advantage of industrial policy in advanced economies, and there are ways for you to take for you to unilaterally liberalize, if you liberalize on the services side. Now, the second part is, when it comes to China, I think that one has to go back and say, okay, let's take Mr. Trump seriously. What is it that led to the problems and so on? I think some of the distortions that still exist in the Chinese economy should be looked at much, much more carefully. Like, for example, the capital market liberalization. This is something that the IMF should take much more seriously rather than talking about climate change and all that other stuff. They should look at capital market liberalization. I think that'll be good for the world and it'll be good for the Chinese people because if, so I feel that China got a huge amount of benefits from product market liberalization that started in the 90s. And they got a big run of growth from that. And if that is followed up by factor market liberalization, land, labor, capital, I think China will get another run. But it'll also be something that'll be much more durable in the sense that other parts of the world will actually get benefits of this directly from FDI in these sectors and so on. So that's the second one. I think one has to think about all of these things. They sound very difficult things to do, but I think they need to be done because otherwise one will, you would have to then, you would realize that some of the things that are being threatened in terms of higher tariffs and so on will actually come true. The last thing, when it comes to the WTO, I think that the WTO has to reform, and I think China has to play a big part of it. Right now, for example, you find that the WTO is no longer offering dispute resolution that is effective, no longer offering incentives for reciprocal liberalization, and no longer offering predictability in trade and investment relations. So, these are the three pillars of international success. They have to somehow be restored, or not, at least not given up so quickly, right? So I spoke with people who knew both the GATT as well as the WTO, and what they said was that the GATT actually could have accommodated the absence of a large economy in the multilateral framework, but the WTO can't. So I think this question that is the US-China rivalry inherently compatible with the WTO, the answer appears to be in the affirmative, which means that the WTO has to change. Because I don't think that rivalry is likely to change anytime soon. Now, so I would sort of say that the last part, of course, is that how should the WTO change? I think one of the things definitely has to be how an economy, how a developing economy is defined, and I think that has to change. I don't know if I've answered your question. Oh, one last thing. I think for the longest time we Asians have copied the Europeans. I think that if I had to give advice to the Europeans today, rather than wringing your hands and so on, copy us Asians for a bit. You see what we are doing over there. I think we are being much more practical than you. So rather than so I think that you should try to see what East Asia and even South Asia is doing and try to copy that.
Very good. I would tend to agree that it's a big world out there, and the idea that you should just look inwards is usually not a good idea. Okay, so you've heard a lot in the last hour or so, but this room is full of experts. Or even if you're not an expert, over the course of the afternoon, over the course of the panel, maybe you want to follow up on some of the points that have been raised, to ask questions of the panel members, and also for those listening online, I think through the chat function it's possible. So let me open it up, and again, either whether you want to ask any individual on the panel, or just ask an open question, and we can gather a few questions now.
So thanks a lot for the very insightful contributions. I have actually a question for Roman, because Beata gave a bit like the blueprint for efficient industrial policy, if we can say so. But then the question is where the EU is headed in view of the incomplete nature of its monetary union. No, so we heard that a fiscal space is necessary, administrative capacity is necessary, Now, in the EU, we know that on the fiscal side, let's say, there is still quite a long way to go for a common capacity. So countries have a heterogeneous degree of fiscal space. So how is the EU preparing to face these challenges? So you mentioned about EU Competitiveness Fund. So is the risk that this incomplete union may jeopardize the effectiveness of the EU industrial policy? And is the new Commission trying to do something in that sense?
I would actually ponder that while we gather other questions.
So you want me to answer now? No, okay.
Wait,
gather others.
So please here. Okay.
He seems to be very tired. They want us to go away.
Roman, you're popular apparently today. No, it is something about the Draghi report. I found it very interesting, but the one area that to me is a bit concerning, and I would like to hear, is the competition policy. So this notion that European firms are too small, and it sounds like they are too small because the EU has been having a too stringent competition policy. And what would be interesting is the reflection. Isn't this a symptom? And what's actually the role of barriers that are still in place to the internal market instead? So how is really the Commission? Because I think that for me was the most controversial piece of that report. Thanks.
Very good. Let me, because the magic number is always 3. So we need a third question. So please, just here. 2. We will take 2. So if you just go here, okay.
Great. Yeah, thanks again for the presentations. I wanted to return back to a theme that Richard Baldwin raised earlier, which is, sort of how should we think about potential blocks that are forming, and that might be sort of making up the definition of geoeconomic fragmentation. He was kind of raising questions about one definition. What do you see as the relevant cleavages that are happening? I mean, is it something that's just kind of US-China specific, EU-Russia specific, or should we really think of this as broader East-West blocks?
Very good. And then, please.
Thank you. I have more question for Beata. I think that I was wondering what could be the solution of this game where everybody is investing, so it's suboptimal, and whether there is room, in your opinion, for coordination of these policies, well, could be a solution of this, and what happened to a country that maybe, I think talking about Roman was mentioning a lot of initiatives by the EU, but if we look at to the fiscal intervention that I mentioned as compared to other countries, China, namely, and US, it seems like the EU, for many reasons, is lagging behind. So, which is the consequences of this kind of race to the bottom, how to say.
Very good. So I'll first ask Roman and then see if other panel members want to pick it up. But just going back to your question about the block formation, of course, here locally in Europe, we had the very interesting case of one country leaving the EU, with Brexit, and that's a kind of interesting.
Which one?
Yeah. So that kind of theory of how blocks get formed or deformed, I think is very interesting. So, Roman.
Yes, no, that's a very, I would say, that's a difficult, of course, question to answer, because the Draghi report is, of course, calling, for a very ambitious figure of investments, this 800 billion figure, and that's, of course, a massive chunk. And he's saying, okay, there is, you need to focalize that through what he calls a new industrial strategy, and you need to, to do it to leverage innovation, to do scaling up, to use the full power of the single market, you know, I mean, to increase the necessary scale, and then you also need to, you know, to bring down the energy prices, because that is, of course, something that is very much of a drag. But and I was talking about the competitiveness fund, but that should just be one of the kind of pieces of a broader puzzle that should, in my view, you know, combine three things, which is basically, on the one hand, indeed, resources, you know what I mean, and that entails, you know what I mean, moving forward in what we have already seen, for example, with Next Generation EU, you know what I mean, or other type of really, you know, big programs to revitalize and make the industrial transformation that is needed, and economic transformation that is needed in Europe. Then we also need to advance in other areas which sometimes go a little bit unnoticed, and many of those are highlighted in the recent reports, not only Draghi, but also the report of Mr. Letta, including Capital Markets Union, for example, which is always, you know, I mean, something that is in the background, but that needs really to be pushed forward. And then I think, you know, I mean, an important element is this resources part, but a big part of it is also, you know, the kind of, how would I say, you know, I mean, regulatory, so regulation, you know, I mean, it's also an elephant in the room, you know, I mean, that has not been mentioned yet today, but I was expecting, you know, I mean, to get a question on regulation, because that's what I get recently when I go everywhere. So it's clear that there is a need to smartly use regulation, for example, you know, I mean, to push forward certain types of investments, call it innovations. There can be regulatory sandboxes, for example, that are mentioned in some of these recent reports that can be really an interesting aspect. And this takes me, you know, I mean, to kind of answering as well a little bit the second question on competition, because, for example, there we have had examples of how, you know, a proper kind of competition policy, which of course should aim at leveling the playing field, can also be very useful in certain instances, you know, I mean, to boost, for example, technological developments, you know, I mean, that are really like a frontier, or where the EU, you know, I mean, is having a key role. We have seen this with what is called the important projects of common European interest, the IPCIs, that have emerged around certain technologies and have been particularly useful, you know, I mean, to provide the necessary scale or a scale up, you know, I mean, for you know, I mean, that Professor Draghi and others are referring to. So I would say, you know, I mean, there, of course, there is this balance, you know, I mean, as to how to protect and ensure the level playing field, while at the same time, you know, I mean, have kind of the necessary whatever flexibility in certain instances when it comes, you know, I mean, to areas which have a particularly large potential, you know, I mean, to be able to be accommodative when there are other types of, you know, I mean, obstacles which are kind of putting a little bit less of a breathing space there. So that's a bit what I would say on that. But thank you as well.
Can I share that?
Please.
Okay. So back in about 10 years ago, we actually did a report on economic growth in Europe. And so I was looking forward to forward to Mario Draghi's report, and then somebody, after I read it, somebody asked me what I thought about it, and I said that actually there was a lot in it that I liked, but that stuff was not new, and then there was a little bit about it that I didn't like at all, but that was the part that I found new. Okay. What's new is not good, and what's good is not new. Now, and the reason why I say that is because, you know, when you're talking about, I guess it boils down to the question, should you treat the European Union as a small economy or a big economy? And I think for many purposes, you can treat it like a big economy, and this because of the single market. So then the question is, do you do things for growth that would strengthen the single market, that would strengthen economic integration, there's monetary or otherwise, or will you risk things that will actually result in to actually weakening that union? I think industrial policy is one of the things that will weaken things rather than strengthen things.
So let me hand over to Beata.
Subsidy race, a very valid question, right? So I think at the EU level, we can deal with this, right? Because, you know, we have rules on state aid, or if we want to do joint borrowing, there will be a way of allocating money. So at the EU level, I think that's the easiest part. Dealing with Chinese subsidies, well, that has to be done through trade instruments, right? Countervailing duties, for instance, or anti-dumping. The hardest part is the US IRA, because we are happy that the US is promoting green industries, but we are not happy about Buy American clauses. Right? And you know, you do see the long reach of the IRA. For instance, Chinese are investing in production of batteries in Morocco, because Morocco has an FTA with the US, so those batteries, when put in electric cars, could be eligible for IRA subsidies. So it's not just that investment is moving from Europe to the US, it's actually moving in some cases to countries that have FTAs with the US. On blocks, you know, I think there isn't a very clear dividing line, and perhaps there are issues where countries have more aligned incentives on some issues than others. I think everybody is using the UN voting because it's seen as objective, right? You don't want to be picking the blocks in the analysis and be accused of sort of choosing them in a particular way. But you know, you do see developments that may surprise you. So Richard was talking about the dominance of the US dollar. But if you think about sanctions on Russia, freezing of Russian reserves, cutting of Russian banks from the SWIFT system, that has sent chills down the spines of countries non-aligned with the West. You know, they are asking themselves, am I going to be next? And if you look at trade between, so exports from China to Russia, 10% used to be denominated in renminbi. Now it's more than 80%. Right? Moreover, you see that third countries are using renminbi to denominate their exports to Russia, in particularly countries that are not participating in sanctions, countries that have swap lines with People's Bank of China, and it pertains to trade in goods that are under Western sanctions.
Let me just come back to Indomet, because again, it triggered, lurking in my memory is indeed this 3-volume report from 2012-2013 on golden growth. And that's actually a pretty good title. So I'm sure indeed everyone who's studying Draghi should also go back and take the lessons from the earlier report, which is always good to be reminded of. So please, we only have a few minutes, but I think we see, okay, you have the microphone already, so please. Yep.
Yes. Okay, so I was thinking about this blocks dimension that has been discussed quite a bit, and going back to Richard's point on this is not going to be our grandfathers or grandmothers' Cold War. And luckily enough, it's not going to be like that, because people were fighting across the middle income and low income countries. We don't have Cambodia, hopefully, or Vietnam anymore, so that's good. But some people are actually advocating for this global south, for intermediate powers to do something more. And so Danny Kuo is talking a lot about this, non-alignment movements having to try to find some kind of agreements to actually push for these centrifugal forces that have so far were very much aligned with the interests of global powers and no longer are. So in terms of global integration and keeping trade open and these channels. So when Indermet, you were talking about what the World Bank can do is certainly say not to pick sides, but they actually are finding themselves picking sides, because if you look at the real integration, it's very much one way, think of Chile, and the financial integration is very much the other way. So that's really like, until the dagger is in the hands of the US with the dollar or other sanction and the SWIFTing, I think that's going to be a big issue. So, the role of IMF and World Bank is going to be very important in trying to mobilize their interests, and that's also for global good. Thank you.
So Maybe I'll come back to you, but again, that prompts me to ask my variation of that question, because it connects to some other recent events. So indeed, we know in finance, it's really hard to build any kind of secondary systems, because the self-reinforcing nature of a kind of dollar-based financial system is just really hard, even if in payments and so on, as you were saying, Beata, something can happen. And equally, it's really hard to think about a world where China does not remain super important in manufacturing, in trade. And of course, in the same week as the World Bank IMF meetings, we had this BRICS meeting in the same week. But again, when we have thought about different multilateral institutions, different configurations for the future, I don't know if you view about, is there any stable third force, if you like, where essentially the non-aligned countries, if you like, work out some kind of internal network? Or is it fundamentally difficult to do anything, given the preeminence of the US and the dollar in finance and China in trade? So maybe
I don't know if one should try to answer that question and just sort of say what would be a reasonable strategy regardless. So I think, for example, the East Asians have I think they've decided that it's just much better to be part of both economic systems and so on. And the other part, then I think the real interesting question perhaps is Europe, where you sort of say, which way should Europe do? I mean, and I think it goes back to that point. Should you have a strategy like the one that we are recommending for smaller economies, which is do more services liberalization? And that's an agenda that should have been on the cards anyway, because one has to strengthen the market you have to strengthen the single market, and services are a big part of that, right? So one should do that too. The second part of that is to say, should you be choosing between China and the US? I don't think the EU is choosing, and I think that one should allow for the fact that you can actually do both. And then the third part, I think so I thought you were talking about the paper that the article that Danny Qua wrote in Foreign Affairs, I think, where he said that America should get used to being number two. And I was talking with him and I said, Danny, you don't know anything about America then, because I have kids who are American, and you try telling them, hey guys, you should get used to being number two. And no way. They'd rather, they'd destroy the world before they become number two. Anyway, yeah.
Let me ask a similar question to Naveen, which is basically indeed, again, from a US perspective, how to think about the BRICS attempt to build a kind of a BRIC-only network.
Let me just say, I think that the swing thought I would bring to this is to look at these questions through the lens of the ongoing technology revolutions, because that's going to be what determines which value chains are important, which agreements become important, what type of investment is needed, what kind of two-way commercial relationships will be critical. So, for example, you could think of the debate around AGOA 2.0 and what that looks like through the lens of what's needed for critical minerals for the United States relative to others. You could think of the conversations around the use of strategic capital by the US or by the EU in developing countries or in middle-income countries through the lens of the main drivers, which I think will be the technology revolutions. And so that's going to really be the thing that intermediates or determines the nature of these relationships going forward, is what my thought would be. In my experience, there's some consternation on the part of the US policymakers that we don't have deep pockets like the Chinese have when it comes to developing countries. And so there's either some form of exhortation or some attempt to, accelerate trade missions and reverse trade missions with certain countries. And at the same time, we have the largest innovation ecosystem in the world, and access to that can be a powerful motivator. I don't know, that was the nature of the conversation circa 2 months ago. I don't know whether 2 months from now, that will be the nature of the conversation. But I think the idea of a block is probably, it's a very high bar to meet, but I believe that the role of connector states will become increasingly important. So think of US-India relations around the critical and emerging technology areas, and the ISET, which is the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technology with India, really offers new pathways. I don't know what sticks. I believe with the Trump administration, that will actually be one country that does stick in terms of relationships. But others, I'm not so sure. So I would maybe err less on blocks and more on building bottom up. Where does technology converge with bilateral relationships that serve the U.S. interests? And then you could begin to tell a story from there. But it'll play out over the next few years. Over.
Joined to Naveen, because, I think that I actually disagreed with the characterization of the United States in Richard's slides, where he showed the US as this old has-been, essentially, And I actually asked, so I think this is a misdiagnosis by the Chinese and by other Asians and so on, that the US is a declining power for the reasons that Naveen just mentioned, which is that when you ask them, you say, they say that the US is a declining power. You say, okay, do you think the US private sector is a declining power? They said, no, the US private sector is actually growing and is very dynamic. It's large, dynamic, and growing. And they say, well, the strength of the United States was always the private sector. It was never the government. That's and so as long as that is vital and growing, you should not write the United States off. And then actually that should provoke another question, because we've always been told, Philip, that you can't have a strong private sector without strong institutions, strong public institutions. So you would have to then square the thing that you have a strong private sector in the United States. Well, it must have some very strong institutions too, otherwise it wouldn't have that. So once you start to sort of look at all of that stuff, I think the arithmetic changes. I don't think that you have an old haggard Uncle Sam, actually, once you look at it from the viewpoint of a private sector. So exactly the kind of things that Naveen is saying about the ecosystem of innovation and so on. I think countries that link up with the US on that one, they will be the countries that will do well.
Very good, and of course, in my home country of Ireland, a lot of that is going on. But I want to come back to Naveen, because one of the last points you made there, of course, I think people in Europe are thinking about, is bilateral relationships. I mean, of course, the US can think of the European Union as a single entity, or they think of it as a set of member states where, of course, they have bilateral relationships directly with each of those. If you had any prediction about the balance between thinking about the EU as the EU versus going country by country, do you have any comment on that?
Not immediately. I think that, again, I'm looking at this through the lens of what will drive productivity growth through time going forward. And a lot of it is through the lens of technologies. I look at the TTC experience, and I think on the one hand, it was positive. There were a number of interactions between the US and EU partners around emerging technologies, chips, clean tech, so on and so forth. It probably hit a limit, and then it had to get to questions around what specific member states have on offer relative to the US and vice versa. That was also very obvious when it comes to export controls, because that's an example where There are agreements with the EU, but at the same time, the capabilities of individual member states to enforce is what becomes an issue. And so I don't have much to add to that, except it will have to play out country by country. At least under the Trump administration, I think that becomes more and more important. Maybe one thought to jump on what Indermit said is that I would urge folks to take close look at what will happen with AI and how the US responds to AI, including the US private sector, not only on the technology itself and how it impacts different industries, but what I would view as technology enablers. Energy access, workforce, and capital markets. And when you look at that, I think that will be an important indicator of what kind of leverage the US policy community has vis-a-vis their partners, because it'll be driven by rapid advance of the private sector and the investment community in these technology areas.
Very good. So I think we've actually used all the allocated time, and I know it's been a long afternoon, and indeed for those of you who are at the conference, a long 2 days. So with that, let me thank the panel members, and let me also thank the organisers for putting together a very interesting afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.